Unfortunately, a lot of us in the Pacific nowadays, we don't have that opportunity. I was just thinking about my two sons. They won't have that opportunity. So that knowledge will really never be passed on to them. We need to find ways that we can do that in the current situation that we face nowadays. And I'm glad that we heard from the Deputy Permanent Secretary for Itauke Affairs today, steps that they are taking to try and plug that gap, because we no longer live in the villages. We no longer have time to spend with our fathers and grandfathers like they used to do before. So we need to find new ways to pass on this knowledge. I'd like to end just with two more stories. One is on the Sovi Basin. We will be doing a flyover around some of the areas of the EU projects that are being done here in Fiji next week. And one of them is Sovi. For those of you who don't know Sovi, it's the largest protected area in Fiji, 20,000 hectares. There are 3 Vanua who are part of this protected area. Fiji is really made up of small kingdoms of Vanua. Provinces, confederacies, those are things that came later. In order to do something in conservation in Fiji, you have to work through the Vanua. And in the Sovi Basin, the work that was done really combined the science with traditional knowledge. We made sure the communities went with us when we did the surveys. There was a group from USP led by, I saw his name registered, but he's not here at the moment. Oh, he's there at the back, Marika Tuawa. Good to meet you, my friend. We had a lot of young local scientists and regional scientists. People told us we couldn't do it with local people. But that's not true. The people like, who's here? Isaac Rounds, Nunia Thomas, David Bossetto, many people who helped to do the science. We also involved the museum and the Itauke Affairs. And we made sure we went back to the communities to pass the information back to them. Not in documents, but in a way that they understood and that they appreciated. I think it nearly took half my kidney or liver, but it was well worth it. When the signing came, those of you who don't understand, that it's because we drink a lot of kava when you're doing that. When we finished and we took the forms to the Itauke Trust Board, they thought I had forged the documents because 100% of the landowners consented. It was the first time in the history of Fiji. And it's because we took the time to do it in the right way. And that's one thing that we need to remember as NGOs, as IGOs. There's a Western way of doing things, and there's a Pacific way of doing things. We need to be sure that if we follow the right way. And the test of it, you see today. Landowners of the Sovi Basin have not budged from that position. even though there were many of us that would have benefited them more economically. The second story is in Ra, in Tokemalo, where the gentleman who prayed for us in the morning has links. There they have a big problem with, or they used to have a big problem with setting fire to things. Government in those days cut down all the forests for a failed beef scheme that they had up there. So what we did, we tried to replant. But almost every time we replanted, it was destroyed because they would set fire for the plantations, for hunting wild pig. Then somebody came up with the idea that people in that area had plants as totems. So what we did, we planted those plants around the buffer areas. From then on, we never had any problem. And what really brought it home to me was that we went there one time and they shared that there was a Sunday, they were having a morning service. And suddenly the preacher saw, or the watawa, saw some smoke coming. So he told his congregation, everybody go out, get changed, we go and stop that fire. So when that happened, I was 100% sure that this would be a successful project. I note the suggestion from Dechen and Elizabeth to come up with key messages on traditional knowledge and ABS that we can take forward to the open-ended working group in Nairobi and also to Kunming, which is scheduled for August. It may be moved, we're not sure, but at least we need to have our Pacific messages ready in the area of traditional knowledge, biodiversity, and ABS. Once again, I thank you all for your interest and participation. I want to thank all the colleagues that are here. Good to see all the old faces and all the new ones that are working in this area. And I wish especially the youth a very good meeting on the third day. Pinawalevu, Nikalungatu.
Sorry, I'm a little bit shorter than Sefa. Sefa, thank you very much. You have just pulled together what we all listened to this morning in bringing together through stories from Fiji and the region, the long history and the strong links between all the speakers that we heard this morning, from global, regional to national. And you illustrated the importance of traditional knowledge, as well as its expression and its protection. So that was the linkages between all these speakers that we heard this morning, and that actually closes our formalities of our opening remarks. But I just want to highlight, Sefa painted that picture of how it all links and everyone's intertwined. So we heard from these speakers online and here, but we also have this strong community out here gathered today and virtually. And those links and stories run through everyone here. And that's what this dialogue is about, is bringing together everyone to be able to hear how we take the specific messages and voices and utilize it at the local, national, regional, and global level to protect biodiversity and achieve these goals. So that is the end of our formal session. But we would like to, for our online viewers, we will say that you may duck off and go and have some morning tea, and we will be back online in half an hour, so 30 minutes. For those of us that are in the room, because this is a dialogue, we actually want to just quickly introduce all these people sitting here who have gathered here. And then I will also introduce those that we have virtually while they're off having their cups of tea. So online viewers, you may just turn off your cameras and log off for a second, and we'll see you in 30 minutes. And I'll get assistance from our team on the floor with a microphone. Pardon? Okay, our virtual viewers, you're welcome to stay on and listen to who's here in the room. And I'm going to get assistance from our team to go around each table. And if you could just in 10 seconds introduce who you are, who you represent, and potentially just a few words of what you hope to get out of today's session. So thanks for all. Rahul's got the microphone and I'll hand over.
Bulbenaka, my name is Alice Rambukawanga. I'm the Fiji Project Liaison Officer at the International Union for Conservation of Nature.
Saya Andra Vinaka, Sele Tangebudi, a founder of a local CSO, Vinaka.
Bulbenaka, my name is William Momivalu. I'm from Kandau. I used to be, I had experience with, was working with the Department of Environment. Then later on I joined, had stints with Pacific Community. And then the last one was with World Bank. Thank you.
Bulubinaka, my name is Samuel Savo. I'm from Vanombalabu in Lau, and I studied USP and work for Jay's Organic Fertilizers.
Naka, my name is Joel, and I'm the owner and the founder of Jay's Organic that works on organic waste.
Bulavinaka, everyone. My name is Runesh Sharma, and I'm the founder for Smart Farms Fiji Foundation. We work in the space of empowerment, climate resilient and adaptive farming practices with technology embedded. Yes, you could say that. Thank you.
Bula everyone, my name is Rohit and I'm working for SPRAP.
Bulavinaka, kia ora tātou. My name's James Tremlett. I'm just here representing myself this week, but lots of you all know me through my work with the Pacific Islands Roundtable for Nature Conservation and with SPREP. Kia ora.
Ajipuncha, buenos días. I'm Lorena de la Torre Parra. I am from the Institute of Development Studies in Massey University. I'm from Ecuador originally, so I want to say hi from everyone, including all my grandmothers and grandfathers that come here with me today.
Good morning, everybody. Bula and Namaste. My name is Anish. I am working with the BEAM project.
Yandra Vinaka, everybody. I'm Jamie Davis, working for SPREP, leading the Bycatch and Integrated Ecosystem Management Program.
Bula Vinaka, everyone. My name is Elise Huffer. I'm adjunct associate professor at the Oceania Center for Arts and Culture at the University of the South Pacific, vice chair Oceania, the Commission on Environmental, Economic and Social Policy, and interim chair for the newly created Pacific Island Roundtable Working Group on Nature and Culture, NACA.
Bulavinaka, everyone. Good morning. My name is Rebecca, and I'm assisting the IUCN Climate Change Unit. Nice to meet you all.
Bulavinaka, everyone. Mason Smith, IUCN.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Avikesh Kumar, and I'm the founder of Bula Pulse, a startup enterprise which focuses on beekeeping and prioritizes community development through youth engagement.
Bulavinaka, everyone. My name is Aniti Sasao. I'm from Melangi Tavuni, and I'm here as a youth representative of a youth organization called Alliance for Future Generation.
Talofa, everyone. My name is Moisa Itala from the Ministry of Environment, Tuvalu. Thank you.
Bulavinaka, my name is Eleanor Earle. I'm representing the University of New South Wales, where I'm a PhD student researching natural flood management.
Bulavinaka, my name is Opeti Watiti, representing community-centered conservation up in Maluata Lambasa.
Good morning, Alfred Relivo from WWF Pacific, and I work on policy.
Dombula Vinaka, my name is Bindya Rashni. I'm from the Garden Island of Fiji. Right now, I'm a PhD candidate at University of the South Pacific. But for these 3 days, I'll be representing Freshwater Biodiversity Observation Network of Oceania, Naka.
Good morning, everyone. Bulavinaka namaste. I'm Seema Deo. I run a really small consultancy called Footprints in the Sand. I'm actually here as a consultant to learn a bit more about traditional knowledge and how we can incorporate that in some of the communications work I do. But I'm also working currently with Jamie and the team on the BEAM initiative with SPREP.
Bulavinaka, good morning, everyone. My name's Sally Bailey, and I'm the temporary protected areas coordinator for IUCN.
Morning, everyone. My name is Patricia Parkinson. I run also a very small consultancy that's called Environmental Oceania Consultancy.
Hi, I'm Miri Raven. I am a Yamatji Noongar woman from Western Australia on my mother's side and from Aotearoa, New Zealand on my father's side. I work at the University of New South Wales in the Environment Society group with my colleague, Professor Daniel Robinson, and I also work in Social Policy Research Centre, and my work is mostly on cultural protocols.
Bulavinaka, everyone. Sea Sinavu from Itauki Affairs Board. Thank you.
Bulavinaka, Miumbulisia, Mele Tikuitonga from Ministry of Itoki Affairs.
Bulavinaka, my name's Daniel Robinson, and I'm a professor at in the Environment Society group at the University of New South Wales. I work closely with Dr. Raven here. I'm also the regional coordinator for the Access and Benefit Sharing Capacity Initiative, who's been working with SPREP on access and benefit sharing for all these years, about 10 years now, I think. And I'm the university's Pacific lead as well. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ivana Wright. I'm from the University of Technology, Sydney in the Faculty of Law, and my area of research is protection of traditional knowledge and access and benefit sharing.
Bulavinaka, kia ora koutou katoa. My name is Maui Hudson. I'm a whakatohia man from Aotearoa, New Zealand. I work at the University of Waikato, and I've been involved a lot in Indigenous data sovereignty, particularly in relation to genetic resources and digital sequence information.
Bulavinaka all. My name is Ismail Longamodi. I'm with Conservation International.
Bula everybody. My name is Marik Tiwawa, and I'm at the University of the South Pacific. Thank you.
Bulavinaka and Buenos Dias, here de Ecuador. Nice to have someone. You're from Easter Island, huh? No, you're from the Galapagos. No. Randy Thaman, I've retired after teaching 47 years at USP. And I think the only thing I would like to say is that in my 47 years there, I've supervised probably hundreds, maybe thousands of students on theses, but just papers in the class. And almost all of the assignments that we actually give them, my title is Professor of Pacific Islands Biogeography. Don't ask me why they did that, but it's been great. But virtually none of those students or those papers that have ever been produced were done without actually basing it on local and indigenous knowledge from the community. Because in terms of the kind of interactive assessment of biodiversity, whether it's fishing, farming, or anything like that, the local indigenous people are the only ones that know what has happened to it from a time depth perspective. And so that's why, and I was seriously thinking about it, not a single person that's ever done a master's thesis has not worked with local communities, and they were doing it. And then the last thing I would like to add to that, we've had a couple times, is how you give credit. You can go back to the community, but one of the things I stress with every one of my students is when you do your first publication, always try to put some of the local informants' names down as co-authors. Because then when you go back to a community, even though 99% of the people in the Pacific that I have worked with in the rural have never seen a journal, they wouldn't know what a journal is. And so our system of grading people and promoting and whether they've got referee journal articles is kind of ridiculous. So what I'm saying, through this meeting, one of the main vehicles for focusing on the objective of this meeting is co-production of knowledge with local communities and providing outputs on that are valuable to them. They may be plays like One Small Bag, and we have a heck of a lot of very rich heritages, but I think we need to change our focus. One last thing I want to say is we also need to change our focus from the red list and Western conservation of special sites that we have designated as special to working with all local communities to protect endangered populations of culturally and environmentally important species for them. So move away from a Western thing. Oh, it's a red listed. Oh, it's not red listed because it's found here and there, despite the fact that half of those populations, okay, end of morning sermon. You know, it's wonderful to be with so many old friends.
Oh man, I had to go after Andy. My name is Kelly Brown. I am the curator for the USB Marine Collection and part-time PhD student doing work in genetics. So I'm glad to be here and I want to learn a lot from other professionals in the room. Naka.
My name is Isaac Rounds. Happy to be here with my former professor and teacher at the university. I thought I was back in the lecture rooms back in 20 years ago. But thank you, Randy. I'm with Conservation International and I'm the terrestrial program manager. Naka.
Naka Maloambula, Safaira Mbamba Tangibuni, and Rana Lakemba Melau, CSO, a faith-based CSO here in Fiji, and currently the General Secretary for the Sogsong Vamramania Sanolau, which will really help in the 3 days here. Thank you.
Yandran Vanaka, everybody. I'm Gillian Brody. I work at the University of the South Pacific. I came to Fiji as a young woman. I'm in the generation between Randy and Kelly. And I've had the immense pleasure in my life of working with the new generation of biodiversity people right across the USP region. Wow, and people wonder why I never went back to Australia. I want to acknowledge the person who has replaced me in teaching biodiversity and conservation at USP, and that is one of the cohort that went through with Isaac, and that is Dr. Tamara Osborne-Nicotini, and she's not here today, and her husband, Alaferetti Nicotini, and there's numerous others in this room, and it's been the absolute highlight of my life. And I want to say thank you so much to SEFA for reminding me how far back it actually really goes. And every story that you told, that despite my Palangi blood, is in the very spirit of my soul. Tanaka.
And I have to follow Gillian.
Nisambulavanaka, everyone. Sayandra. My name is Bridget Kennedy, and I'm with Conservation International's Pacific Ocean and Island Program. Very excited to support my colleagues who will be sharing in the conference and learning from all of you. Naka.
Hello, everyone. My name is Francis Koyavakota. I'm the team leader Culture for Development at the Pacific Community, SPC. What do I hope to, I think that was the second question. What do I hope to achieve from this or learn from this gathering? I'm really interested in hearing more about Pacific lessons learned on the ground. I'm really tired of imported models and good practice approaches from abroad. So personally, I see many nods, others feeling the same. I'm also really keen to hear about what has worked and what hasn't in relation to the implementation of safeguarding mechanisms. Too often we have wonderful glossy documents that make us all feel really good, and we pat ourselves on the back and say, this is a really good policy document, really great guidelines, really great ethical guidelines, but they are not implementable or practical on the ground, and the communities that matter don't benefit from the output. So I'm really keen on hearing more about those experiences. Also really keen to hear from those perhaps who are currently working with Indigenous peoples and local communities about the work that they're doing around advocacy and education and training, so that we can see more Indigenous representatives themselves becoming experts in the space, and so that our local communities begin to ask the right questions. I think too often we use these terminologies around access benefit, around traditional knowledge, around intellectual property, without really capacity building or strengthening the local communities themselves. And so on the one hand, we could say that, well, maybe we're safeguarding our own security in terms of our employment, perhaps, excuse me, but in terms of the benefit to the local communities themselves, Pacific peoples need to be able to understand the systems and mechanisms in place, how they benefit them, and what the challenges are, in order for them to make informed decisions, and in order for them to inform the next generation of mechanisms and policies in place. I know it's a tall order, but I'm really excited to be here and looking forward to hearing from all of you. Vinaka.
Good morning, all. My name is Ali Fatima Tevilia from the Pacific Island Development Forum.
Good morning, everyone. Bulasia. I'm Spencer Robinson from the province of Maduata. I'm looking forward for this dialogue and hope to learn from each one of you from the Pacific Island Development Forum. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Yandra, Lucia from RA. I work with the Film Fiji Commission, and I'm here as an affiliate with the local CSO as well. Also looking forward to hearing from all of you and learning from everyone that's here. Thank you.
Bulare, my name is Shivnesh. My roots are actually from Bua in Vanuatu. I'm representing the United Nations Association of Fiji. Thank you.
Good morning and Bula Vinaka, everyone. My name is Ranji Kumar and I work for University of the South Pacific. I am also the owner and director for a consultancy organization called Smart Train, and we work very closely with Women in Maritime Association. And it has been great listening to everybody this morning, and definitely looking forward to more knowledge management of traditional knowledge. Thank you.
Who's left in the room? Oh, please. Yeah.
Is Bulavinaka to everyone, and nice to see some new friends and old faces. Bulavinaka Sefa, Stewart, and of course my Tukaike and Bulavinaka. My name is Iso Akorbula. I work for the Institute of Applied Science. Just the main thing I'd like to hear from this workshop is the immense effort that has been put in traditional knowledge during the COVID period. In terms of traditional medicine or new ways of looking at things when there was nothing coming from foreign countries, how people actually applied traditional knowledge to survive. I just want to tell you just a very short story. When that happened, the amount of people just fishing just out of my office, I'm at the lower campus,
was amazing. And people using different kind of methods of fishing, nets and so forth. But I'm just really like to see the effort that has been put in the application of traditional knowledge during that kind of a vice that we had, the pandemic of COVID-19. And I think it'll be interesting to see how that actually re-emerge again. And this is just the right time to have this particular workshop. Minawali.
Good morning, everyone. Chopping in from the Institute of Applied Sciences. And I'd like to just share with you that I'm a product of what Sefa Matangali Sefa has shared this morning. I am a product of the unit that was developed in Verata. It's part of the bioprospecting project, and I'm very much glad to see such familiar faces who are very much pivotal in the beginning of the whole project. And I'm still with the unit, and I'm glad to hear from everyone and learn from this forum for the next 2 days.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Noaya Mbula. My name is Rufino Varya. I'm a PhD candidate under the Pacific European Union Marine Partnership Program based at USP, and my research currently focuses on marine pollution. Thank you.
Bulare, Bulvinaka, my name is Michelle Mbalekanavia from Nawaindo, Solevumbua, with maternal links to the beautiful island of Rutuma. I work with the Ministry of Environment, Fiji, and I'm very humbled to be here this morning. So on behalf of the Ministry of Environment, our management, I take this time to sincerely thank SPREP for the invitation to be here. Naksarvalevu.
Bulavinaka, my name is Lavanya Tawaki. I'm with the University of the South Pacific, like Michelle, from the Western Province with maternal links to Rotuma. I'm here with keen interest on EBS and its policy for traditional landowners.
Noaya Mori, my name is Renata, and I'm with the University of the South Pacific. I am a research associate on a small ECR-funded project where we look at climate-smart agriculture, and I look forward to learning from all the professionals and experts in the room this week. Thank you.
Bulavinaka, Joseph Ravusa from the National Trust of Fiji, and just looking forward to meeting a lot of the expertise in the room and building more knowledge and exchanging experiences with you all. Naka.
Good morning, Nyandra Naka. My name is Alfred Tawaki. With the LMMA network and also the ICCA consortium as the council member. HELPS, that's the association of how the indigenous communities are working to apply the knowledge right at the community level. And I'm privileged and honored to be working at that interface for some time. I'd like to also mention that I was privileged to lead the policy development, ABS policy development for Fiji with Michelle here and also a team. And through the consultation and also the development, which I believe is before the Fiji government cabinet. And I'm for the meeting, we'll be happy to listen and hear other processes as well from the other countries. Thank you.
Good morning and Bulavinaka, everyone. My name is Colin Yambaki. I hail from the beautiful island of Ovalau. I work with the Ministry of Education as Director for Heritage and Arts and National Archives of Fiji. Vinaka.
Bulavinak, everybody. My name is Miliana Inga, and I'm here representing the Global Biodiversity Youth Network and also the Pacific Youth Council. And I'm not from Vanua, I'm from Kalambuneta Siri. Bola.
Galvina everyone, Veronique Nalia from the Department of Heritage and Arts. I currently work as Assistant Culture and Convention and Policy Officer. Vinak.
Nisa Bulavinaka. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to apologize to my table here. I ran away. My name is Sachinandan Sen. I'm representing the United Nations Association of Fiji, and I'm looking forward to this dialogue, passing messages, networking, meeting everyone individually. And my main focus would be to focus on the SDGs and how this dialogue would eventually lead us to Agenda 2030 and have a better, more sustainable community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Rahul. I'm from SPREP, and you'll hear more later.
Do you want me to go? Kia ora ana koto katoa. My name is Nanette Warnton. I work in the comms team at SPREP, and my time here with you all, what I hope to learn is a whole lot more about what's happening, what you've been up to. Please, when I approach you during the next couple of days, don't run away. Let me take your photo, let me interview you, and let me get your thoughts. Thank you.
Bula and tala for everyone. My name is Junie Ward, and I am the Ecosystem and Biodiversity Officer here at SPREP. I work with Amanda on CBD activities, so I am keen to hear your key messages that you'd like to take to the open-ended working group, as well as the COP15. Thank you.
Bulavinaka, my name is James Fayumu. I am from Samoa, and I'm here with the lovely team from SPREP. I currently work as the Finance and Technical Officer. I am with Mr. Rahul Chan under the ABS project. Thank you.
Bula, Apeli from the SPREP IT team.
Any more SPREP people hiding out there? I think that is it. Just double checking we didn't miss anyone from the floor. Along the black wall there? There's a few here. Yes, and we've got our SPC colleagues, Marika. So last few, there is no hiding.
Bulavinak, everyone. I'm originally from the highlands of Neitasiri. I'm here on behalf of Student Association USP. And one thing I want to learn from this dialogue is some concepts that I can take back for the Student Association to implement in our programs throughout the year. And lastly, my name is Anarenda Vetanival.
Can we send the microphone to the back of the room, the whole back wall, I think. We've got our SPC colleagues, but also a few others back there.
Everyone, my name is Taitusia Helga. I'm from Dotatambo Tailebu. I'm the Culture Program Assistant at SPC, working for the Culture for Development.
Nimbulavinaka, Luisa Mavo with the Culture for Development Program.
Bulavinaka, everyone. My name is Miriam Avuyasawa, and I work at IES.
Bulavinaka, everyone. My name is Mercian Lesuma, and I volunteer with Conservation International.
Marika and the back, did we get you? Yes, you've done. Yes, all done. Well done. Thank you. That's all right. Strong linkages. I'm just quickly going to throw to our IT support team over here to see whether they can bring up our virtual audience onto the back screen. We have, putting them under pressure here, and our virtual participants. I know I sent you off to have coffee if you would like, but if you are there, you can turn your cameras on and you can give us a wave. Otherwise, we have representatives from across Fiji, Samoa, Papua New Guinea, Tonga, and there's probably a few others. So our audience here can see who is there. Give us a wave, those that are there, and turn on your camera. It's great to have you. Thank you for joining us virtually. That's great. Thank you. So we're now actually about to duck off for our virtual participants. We're actually running a little bit late. We're going to go have our cup of coffee and tea break now, and we'll return in 15 minutes. For the audience that are here on the floor, can you please just quickly come down to the front? We're going to do a photo under this archway, and then you can continue chatting outside. So morning tea is served just out the door here, but first come down to the front to have a photo. Yeah. Sure. I don't think you.
All right, everybody. So this isn't the best situation, but we're going to make the most of it. If you can all squeeze in. So if you're beyond the 2 spread banners, please squeeze in.
Thank you, Amanda. Once again, good morning to you all. This is more like a plenary session, and after this plenary session, we'll have a group work session. So we will first have some panelists to do presentation here. It's a verbal presentation. They will give a talk, and after that, we will go into group work sessions. We will advise you of which group you're going to join. And also it applies the same for the participants who are joining online through the Zoom. You will be automatically divided into a working group. So you don't have to worry which group you belong to. You just stay online and you'll know what needs to be done. This session that we're going to do, session 1, is on the inclusion of traditional knowledge associated to genetic resources in national policies. We are going to hear experiences and lessons learned from the Pacific countries, some of the Pacific Island countries, also the work that SPREP is doing in terms of how we've been assisting countries to develop national policy frameworks and legislative frameworks in the Pacific Island countries in terms of including traditional knowledge related issues, conservation and biodiversity, and also sustainable development. So the first speaker we have today is Ms. Lelaisalanoa Francis Rupena. She is the Chief Executive Officer of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment. And Ms. Rupena, prior to being appointed to the top job, was also the Assistant Chief Executive of the Environment Sector Coordination Division, and also the ministry's Water and Sanitation Sector Coordinator. She has been working for the ministry for more than 20 years across all sectors. Then our second speaker today, and I would like to invite Mr. Stuart Chape. You've heard him this morning. Stuart is not a stranger to anyone here in Fiji, in particular the environment sector. He's been here for so long working in the Pacific. He has more than 20 years of working experience in environment sector in the Pacific. He has been the director for 16 years at SPREP as the director for Islands, Ocean and Ecosystems, and 7 years of experience working in Southeast Asia. He has done publications for many technical reports that we see, such as State of Environment Report, National Environment Strategy. And Stuart is also an award-winning, he's a winner of many awards on photography, on landscapes, and he's also a social photographer. So let us welcome Stuart again on stage. Stuart. Our next speaker that we have today is Professor Daniel Robinson. I've worked with him and he's a very familiar face on access and benefit sharing. We've done a number of country consultation and workshops with him. Professor Daniel Robinson has a background in human geography, environmental science, and environmental law. Daniel's research focuses on regulation of nature and knowledge. His papers and books cover themes including biopiracy, access and benefit sharing relating to biological resources, appropriation and regulation of indigenous knowledge, indigenous customary laws and biocultural protocols, ethical biotrade, political ecology, environmental policy and management. Daniel has also an interest in environmental and social implications of multilateral, regional and bilateral trade rules and negotiations, and has several papers and chapters in the negotiation politics on these forums. On these issues, Daniel has also acted as a researcher and policy advisor on projects for International Center for Trade and Sustainable Development, with their joint project with United Nations Development Program, Global Environment Facility, the German Development Implementing Agency, OZAID, and Department of Environment, Natural Justice, and Union for Ethical Biotrade. The Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat and Human Rights Commission of Thailand, amongst others. Daniel was the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences Dean's Award winner for Research Social Impact in 2016. He was also the Research Fellow, International Center for Trade and Sustainable Development in Geneva in 2014 to 2018, and a visiting fellow with the Institute of Study on Human Rights at the Columbia University in October 2018. Daniel is also the academic co-lead for the Pacific for the University of New South Wales Institute of Global Development, a university-wide strategic initiative. Let us welcome Professor Daniel Robinson. And our last speaker, so the fourth one, is Mr. John Geno Langani. He is from University of Papua New Guinea. He'll be speaking virtually to us today through the Zoom platform. Mr. John Geno Langani is involved with ABS and related activities in Papua New Guinea since the onset of CBD in 1992. He has contributed with Dr. Eric Kawa and others on access and benefit sharing policy and legal implications on work on Papua New Guinea at the University of Papua New Guinea Press. He has also contributed to PNG Nations Oceans Policy, which was done in 2020, and has also worked on PNG Marine Scientific Research Guidelines in 2021. And he is also part of the Technical Working Committee on National Maritime Legal Reforms under the Department of Justice and Attorney General through its Office on Oceans Affairs. His area of expertise and interest lies in interest on biodiversity in oceans and access and benefit sharing. I can see John has also joined online, so welcome, John. Participants, we will now go into the session proper with our first speaker today from Samoa, experiences and lessons learned from Samoa, our CEO from Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our Master of Ceremony for the introduction. Before I start, I would like to acknowledge the great work of SPREP, Director General Ratu Zephaniah Nawandra and his team for organizing the dialogue on traditional knowledge for biodiversity and SDGs in the Pacific. Thank you for the invitation to be part of this knowledge exchange dialogue, which I believe will further assist Samoa in meeting its obligations as party to the Nagoya Protocol and CBD. I acknowledge also the collaboration and support of PIFs, SPC, CBD, and Nagoya Protocol Secretariats in making this dialogue possible. Last but not least, I acknowledge the presence of professionals and experts participating in this workshop and fellow guest speakers for session 1. It is indeed a privilege to share this platform with your esteemed selves. I look forward to engaging with you all on this very important topic. Bula, everyone. So on the topic, inclusion of traditional knowledge associated to genetic resources in national policies, Samoa, like the rest of our Pacific Island communities, places great value on our traditional knowledge. I believe traditional knowledge is the very essence of who we are as a culture and peoples. For examples, our beliefs, our values, especially the way we live and relate with our environment and certain aspects of the environment. Traditional knowledge, as you would agree with me, is synonymous with the Fat Samoa or our traditional way of life. Traditional knowledge is therefore an integral part of our natural heritage, passed down from generation to generation. Moreover, traditional knowledge can be an important source of information for identifying new uses of genetic resources, and equally important, understanding and protecting our biologically diverse resources. We know that Article 15 of the CBD recognizes the sovereign rights of states over their natural resources. Therefore, the authority to determine access to genetic resources rests with the national governments and indigenous communities, subject to national policies and legislation. This places the sole responsibility of protecting our genetic resources and materials and their associated traditional knowledge and benefit sharing to national governments in collaboration with communities, and rightfully so. It is imperative, therefore, to put in place comprehensive policy and regulatory frameworks to guide and regulate access to genetic resources and traditional knowledge associated with their use and benefits arising from such use, be it for commercial or non-commercial purposes. Samoa became a party to the CBD in 1994 and the Nagoya Protocol in 2014. Now, prior to becoming a party to the Nagoya Protocol, Samoa had already done much of the groundwork involved, including the development in 1993 of its very first National Environment Strategic Framework, which identified 12 priority environmental areas. And this included the development of Samoa's National Biodiversity Conservation Policy 2007, which established the policy framework to address, among others, genetic resources and traditional knowledge in relation to the sustainable use of biological resources. Samoa also developed its National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, 2001, and its recent edition in 2015 to 2020, which also prioritized ABS and genetic resources. Our recently launched pathway for the development of Samoa continues to prioritize the importance of empowering communities, building resilience, and inspiring growth, which I believe our discussions this morning on access and benefit sharing will significantly contribute to this. I would like to make note that previous reviews pointed to the absence of a comprehensive policy and regulatory framework on access to genetic resources for benefit sharing, hence no mandated provisions for benefit sharing for Samoa, although we do have a permit system that allows access to and use of its genetic resources for biodiscovery, including monitoring. Having this comprehensive policy and legal framework in place is very critical to ensure a cohesive and coordinated approach to addressing ABS and access to genetic resources, including associated traditional knowledge. And I reiterate the importance of this to avoid piecemeal approaches and address fragmented approaches and processes involved. And I say this because we do have a number of key players with intersecting roles and responsibilities who need to be involved, made aware, and their capacities built in order to be able to provide this very important role. I do understand that we cannot completely remove fragmentations because of the different mandates that we serve, but we can find ways to better coordinate policy and regulatory functions in place that are already in place. And in my view, we can only do this if we have a comprehensive policy and legal framework in place with institutionalized coordination mechanisms in place, inclusive of traditional governance structures that will facilitate the collaboration and engagement of our indigenous communities. For Samoa, I'm pleased to note that recent work undertaken under the UNDP GEF regional project in close partnership with SPREP on strengthening human resources, legal frameworks, and institutional capacities to implement the Nagoya Protocol and the regional ABS project. Some of our many achievements to date are attributed due to the funding available under this project, and I am pleased to note that we do have a draft genetic resources and associated traditional knowledge management bill that is currently in discussion at the moment. We are also looking into the national access and benefit sharing legal framework, and we have also developed and launched our guideline on access and use of traditional knowledge associated with genetic resources. So there's a lot of initiatives that are being undertaken at the moment, but it is absolutely necessary that we have this comprehensive policy and legal framework in place to ensure that we have a cohesive and coordinated approach. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. We will now have our next presenter, and that is Mr. Stewart Shape. Mr. Stewart's presentation today is about SPREP's ongoing work in assisting Pacific Island countries in the development of legislative and policy frameworks as compliance measures to the Nagoya Protocol. Thank you.
Good morning again, everyone. I'm going to give you a brief overview of the Jeff UNEP implemented project that SPREP has been executing since 2017. The project has a long title of Ratification and Implementation of the Nagoya Protocol in the countries of the Pacific region. It started, as I said, in 2017, and it's going to end this year. So we really have to focus on where we go from here. The main objectives of the project are to, one, help countries from the Pacific region in ratification of the Nagoya Protocol on access to genetic resources and benefit sharing. Two, build legal and technical capacity to implement and operationalize the protocol. And third, improve awareness, communication, and education on access and benefit sharing issues in the region. The project overall contributes to Sustainable Development Goals 2, Zero Hunger, Goal 14, Life Below Water, and SDG 15, Life on Land. Some of the specific activities undertaken by SPREP on ABS and associated traditional knowledge within this project context have been national and regional capacity building workshops in Pacific Island countries. As everyone appreciates, this is an issue that needs to be discussed thoroughly as we work through solutions and actions. And as part of the project, we did an assessment to measure capacities, gaps, and challenges in implementing the protocol in countries and in the Pacific. And this to be launched at this conference will be the report Lessons from the Pacific in Implementation of the Nagoya Protocol. We also work with countries to help with compliance and policy measures. We worked with Tuvalu, RMI, Solomon Islands, Tonga to develop policy measures, and with Palau, Cook Islands, Fiji, Samoa, PNG on legislative measures. And all of these countries were also assisted with drafting instructions for access and benefit sharing policy. Again, at this conference, we'll be launching the regional guidelines for effective implementation of the Nagoya Protocol. The aim of the guidelines is to harmonize ABS best practices, policies, and administrative processes across the Pacific, but also acknowledging that in helping countries, we need to help countries develop compliance mechanisms that are best suited to their needs. Communication and awareness has been a big part of the project, and the project has conducted several types of awareness and communication work. Countries were supported with specific context, relevant communication materials, translation of awareness materials into local languages, and conducting webinars. Turning to some notable results from the project, as we've already heard this morning, a key one and a major purpose of the project is ratification. And when the project started, only 4 countries in the region were party to the protocol. Now there are 10. And we would, of course, like them to have been 14, but that is still significant progress. The project has supported in-country consultations, meetings, assisting in developing cabinet papers and submissions leading to these increased numbers of ratifications from the region. We also continue to support countries in the interactions with CBD processes, the COPs and the MOPs. We have helped Palau develop, and then of course they approved the first ABS law in the Pacific. So that's hats off to Palau for that first piece of legislation focused on ABS law. We've also assisted in the formulation and review of ABS policies for FSM, Fiji, Marshall Islands, Samoa, Kiribati, Vanuatu, and the Cook Islands. And developed work with countries to develop roadmaps for ABS implementation with Palau, Samoa, and other countries. We have also another very important part of this project, and actually reflected in the participation in this conference, has been the fostering of partnerships with organizations and initiatives such as the GIZ ABS initiative, the Japan Biodiversity Fund, International Law Development Organization, UNDP, IUCN, USP, SBC, University of New South Wales, and of course governments. We've done this through 2 specialized regional training workshops on capacity building in specific areas of implementing the protocol. Okay, and I think I'm going to finish now, but I think what has been significant about this project over the past 5 years is that it's set the foundation. It has progressed the recognition and implementation of the importance of the protocol in the region. And that's reflected by the increase up to 10 countries that have ratified it, and the action that's being taken to institutionalize and legislate for ABS protection across the region. So one of the things that, one of the key thing that I hope can come out of this conference is that we can now look at ways of carrying all of this forward, because it can't, all these initiatives, of course, they won't stop when the project stops, but we need to find ways to maintain and increase the momentum to address the ABS and traditional knowledge linkage issues. Lastly, SPREP coordinates the Pacific Islands Roundtable for Nature Conservation and works with all of our really important partners that are part of that roundtable. And the recently established Nature Culture Working Group will, as I said, be meeting on the last day of this conference. And we look forward to the work that that working group can contribute to progressing the issue of ABS and traditional knowledge in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. I think you've nicely summed up the work that we are doing at SPREP with member countries in terms of our support towards ratification and as well as compliance measures. It's not easy, especially with so many challenges we have if we have to develop a policy. And you've highlighted one of that is the Palau's first ever legislation from the Pacific, and not only an act on access and benefit sharing, they're also working in developing a regulation, which we are working with them. So once again, thank you so much for highlighting the incredible amount of work that we are doing with the Pacific Island countries in the region on access and benefit sharing on meeting the compliance requirements. And now we have our next presenter, which is Professor Daniel Robinson, and his presentation again is aligned to our theme today. And his topic is on dealing with traditional knowledge and intellectual property rights in the national processes. And he has done quite a number of work with different countries. So he's also going to share those examples with us. Daniel?
Thank you, Rahul, and good morning, everyone. I'd just like to do an acknowledgement. So in Australia, it's customary to do an acknowledgement. I want to acknowledge the traditional custodians here in Fiji, and also where I work, the University of New South Wales, the Bedegal people, as the traditional custodians of the land from UNSW, and pay my respects to elders past and present and emerging. And I think that's very important in the context of this sort of workshop. I do need to also do a huge, big thank you to the SPREP team, to Rahul, James, Amanda, and all the colleagues at SPREP for the wonderful collaboration we've had over the past 5 years, and really since earlier than that, since around 2012 when we started collaborating on access and benefit sharing issues, particularly relating to the implementation of the Nagoya Protocol in the Pacific. And it's wonderful to have Stuart sort of outline all the amazing achievements we've succeeded with in the Pacific. And so I do also want to acknowledge all the Pacific countries for the great collaboration we've had over these years. As I've been helping implement the Access and Benefit Sharing Capacity Development Initiative as the regional coordinator since 2017, as Andreas Getkant mentioned this morning. So it's been our great pleasure to be involved in the region and to work on this important topic with you for the past 5 years. I do want to get into some of the details about the issues relating to the patenting of plant species and associated traditional knowledge in the Pacific. I first wanted to also acknowledge the importance of recognizing that traditional knowledge is obviously interlinked with custom, culture, language, and also with stewardship or conservation of nature, and that it's been protected by local custom in communities for generations, for centuries. So I think it's important to recognize the customary situation of the traditional knowledge we're talking about before talking more broadly about the regulatory side of things, the laws and policies and those aspects that we've been working on in terms of access and benefit sharing and traditional knowledge. So obviously that's been really important for food, medicines, materials, but also for adaptation to climate change, but also for sustainable use and conservation of biodiversity. The Nagoya Protocol in Article 7 says that traditional knowledge associated with genetic resources held by Indigenous and local communities has to be accessed with the prior informed consent or approval and involvement of these communities, and mutually agreed terms have to be established. And that's what we've been talking about over these years, and trying to set up ABS systems or systems for traditional knowledge and cultural expressions that recognize the need for prior informed consent and mutually agreed terms relating to traditional knowledge. Now, the Nagoya Protocol does not extend to the traditional cultural expression side of things. It's very much focused on the biological and the genetic side of things and associated traditional knowledge. And that's something I'll just mention in terms of the laws and policies and procedures that we have in the Pacific. I'm only giving a very high level overview here this morning, but obviously in the next few days, we're going to be discussing, and we have other experts that will be going into more detail. For example, Mr. Geno Lagani, we've been working very closely with in relation to PNG's new draft access and benefit sharing policy. I did also want to sort of highlight now a little bit of the patent activity that's been happening. So part of the research that we've been doing with the ABS initiative has been to highlight why we're doing the Nagoya Protocol. So it's pertinent to note that there are a whole heap of patents emerging in the last 20 years, patents and patent applications. So a lot of these are in process relating to Pacific plants that are very familiar to many of you. So for example, Kava, Piper methysticum species, when you do a patent search through the methodology we use, which is through Patent Lens, there are some 170 patent families. So that's international filings or international trees of patents relating to Kava and its many uses. So it's sometimes relating to medicinal uses, sometimes it's relating to cosmetic uses, sometimes it's a genetic analysis, sometimes it's a molecular. In other cases, it's DNA profiling and things like that. or it can be on new plant breeds, for example, as well. So there is obviously concern from the Pacific countries about misappropriation or biopiracy, as it's sometimes called, relating to some of these sort of species. And carver is a highly significant species, as we all know. It's a customary species. It's used in a bunch of ceremonies. So there is active research. Many of those patents may still be at the application stage. We've got the data on that, but there are also patents that have been filed. And it's important that these researchers are engaging with the Pacific communities, setting up benefit sharing agreements, getting prior informed consent. There's a number of other species. So Hibiscus tiliaceus is a widespread flower throughout the Pacific. There are 33 patent families and 48 patents relating to it. Now, what's interesting about the hibiscus one, and why I picked this as an example, is that there is benefit sharing relating to the hibiscus species. So this is one of the examples that I've talked to some of you about in the workshops we've had in the past few years, the SIMTech agreement in the Cook Islands Medical Technologies agreement, where there is an agreement with the Kotonui in relation to research on the bone healing regenerative effects of traditional knowledge relating to the use of hibiscus and a number of other species as well. So we have seen some examples where there are benefit sharing agreements, which is important. There's other species as well worth mentioning. So Calophyllum minophyllum, which is known as Fatau or Tamanu or Dilo in Fiji. There are some 229 patent families. There's a lot of research on Fatau. And Noni is another one widespread throughout the region and beyond. So also in Southeast Asia and parts of China potentially. There are some 400 or patent families and 800 patents. So there's extensive research going on in many of these varieties, plant varieties, and that have associated traditional knowledge. I can't go through all the laws and ABS policies in the Pacific, but it is heartening to see a lot of progress. The ABS initiative has worked quite a bit with a bit more focus on the Melanesian countries in the last year, particularly with people like Mr. Geno Lagani, who's talking shortly. It's very heartening to see laws or parts of laws, like in Vanuatu, there's a bioprospecting section of their environmental law that are implementing the Nagoya Protocol and implementing it through permit processes and in conjunction with biodiversity advisory type committees, where permit applications are being circulated, analysed, then communities have to give prior informed consent, and then they have to set up a benefit sharing agreement. So there is a lot of activity that's been happening on the ground in terms of permitting processes, negotiation of those agreements. And that's really important to see on the access and benefit sharing side. And I did want to also mention that there's quite a bit of work on the traditional knowledge law side as well. The Cook Islands has a Traditional Knowledge Act from 2013. Vanuatu has a similar Traditional Knowledge Act from 2020. And as we heard this morning, Fiji has been working on a draft TK and cultural expressions bill. And I'm aware that PNG and Solomon Islands also working on a traditional knowledge and cultural expressions bill. And so this is often covering the folklore, cultural expressions, handicraft, designs, etc. Side of things. And so it's important to note that there needs to be coordination between the different departments and ministries within the country, between processes for access to traditional knowledge in that and cultural expressions in that sense, and the biological resources on the other side. And we are seeing that in a number of countries, that sort of coordination happening between ministries and departments, which is really important and great to see. I did want to just give a quick note to say that it's interesting to see in Australia that there's been slow developments on this. There were early developments in the early 2000s. But if you're interested, there is a very new Nagoya compliant law in Queensland. They amended their Biodiscovery Act in 2020, and they've been working on a traditional knowledge code of practice. With Dr. Raven, I've been on the expert working group, and it's worth having a look at those that website and those documents from the Queensland government, because that's quite a new law and a new traditional knowledge code of practice. It might be of interest. I wanted to make a couple of final points before I run out of time, which I'm rapidly running out of. I wanted to flag that it's important to recognize that there's quite a lot of bio-trade within the region, which is trading of the biological resources where there's no research and development occurring. The challenge for access and benefit sharing here is what happens with those biological resources when they leave the country. And I think in a number of countries, Vanuatu, PNG, Solomon Islands, we've been talking to the government to make sure that there are conversations going on between their departments and also the bio-traders, the export agencies that are exporting the kava, the dilo nut, etc., to make sure that their traders are aware of these access and benefit sharing issues and to know who they're selling to. Are those other researchers and companies doing research and development overseas? And then following up with those partners where they're selling those resources, particularly where they're selling them at scale. So it's important to recognize the bio-trade aspects. And then I also, and I think I'll end on this note, I also wanted to sort of highlight the transboundary issues relating to traditional knowledge. Some of these plant species, which I've mentioned, like kava, noni or nono, are found in multiple countries. And so there needs to be coordination at the regional level and discussions. Sometimes there will be universities or researchers from companies that want to access these to do research and development and then commercialize new products based like medicines or cosmetic skincare based on these biological resources and traditional knowledge. They could be sourcing this from multiple countries as well. So I think there is an important role also for regional coordination in relation to ABS and traditional knowledge. And I said I would talk more about patents and intellectual property aspects. I think we'll get into more of that discussion in the next couple of days. But there are opportunities for amendments of IP laws to also help with the protection of traditional knowledge. And there's things like disclosure of origin requirements, which have been talked about internationally. And that's something that many countries have started to pursue and have implemented in their national laws. And there's ongoing negotiations in the World Intellectual Property Organization about things like a patent disclosure requirement. There's other things like databases and registries, and I know some of our colleagues will talk about those in more detail. So I have to just give you a high-level overview, but I'm happy to talk more about some of these possibilities for ways of protecting traditional knowledge and you know, enhancing the access and benefit sharing processes we have within the Pacific region. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Thanks, Daniel. I think you also have captured a lot of information on the work that you're doing with ABS Initiative and with SPREP as well. You mentioned some of the things that I personally feel probably on the floor, maybe little complicated, especially with patents and intellectual property rights issues, which has always been the case. People sometimes are confused what can be patented, what cannot be with natural resources, with the traditional knowledge, who should be compensated. So I just assure everyone that we will have opportunity to take some questions at the end of this session. And then when we go into the breakout sessions, then you have more time available with you to have a more detailed discussion on that issue. Once again, Daniel, thank you so much for taking your time and presenting to us. And now I have John Ginolagani. He's joining us online from Papua New Guinea. And his topic is on developing national framework for Papua New Guinea on ABS and emphasis on how traditional knowledge can be included in their policy. John.
Good morning, Rahul. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Rahul. Greetings from Papua New Guinea to all the participants, those who are attending in person, and some of us being captured in the cyber virtual space. As all the previous speakers have said, this subject matter is of immense interest and also significance to us all in terms of dealing with traditional knowledge and genetic resources. Thank you, Rahul and your team, for inviting me to share some highlights on PNG's experiences to date. And the bulk of my sharing is basically from my personal perspectives. So from the outset, let me just echo the acknowledgements on the presence and participation of very important persons, traditional knowledge holders, eminent scientists and academics, civil servants, non-governmental organizations, and finally, but not least, the SPREP ABS regional project team in providing immense support to PNG's efforts in the development of an appropriate ABS policy framework. And in this endeavor, I just want to acknowledge Professor Daniel Robinson, Rahul, yourself and your team, SEFA, in the 2019 workshop, and then since then been joined by James and also Dr. Ivana Wright. And of course, I have to acknowledge the various different Papua New Guinea organizations which have contributed over a very long period of time, as Rahul, as you introduced, since 1992 to up to now. So may I also echo the great sentiments and visions of high expectations, for a beautiful future, but given the various nature of challenges that beset us all. My contribution as the last speaker in this session is outlined in the 3 main points, and hopefully I can cover them in the next 12 or 15 minutes, so to speak. First of all, I just want to give a context of traditional knowledge and its implications on Papua New Guinea policies. And secondly, is just to highlight in the draft PNG policy framework, some aspects of traditional knowledge, how it has been woven into the draft policy document. And hopefully, if there will be time, then I can go off and tell a few stories. But nevertheless, let me go back to the first one in a context of traditional knowledge in Papua New Guinea policies. In 1973, the Constitutional Planning Committee, or the so-called Fathers of Papua New Guinea Nation, they basically came up with the 8-point plan. And the essence of the 8-point plan was for the development of the rural areas, be it in educational services or especially on economics. That basically, the 8-point plan basically sets up the platform for the Constitution of Papua New Guinea. So the Constitution of Papua New Guinea recognizes custom, PNG ways. So I thought I might just mention that very, very quickly. Now, it was very interesting listening to the introductions this morning. So basically, while the introductions were being made, in the room, everything that I wanted to say basically went out of my head. So I just want to pick up a number of things as they also relate to PNG. Sometime in 1982, the first professor in Papua New Guinea, Dr. John Waiko, basically got his PhD from ANU. And it was written, the thesis was written in his own language, the Binandere language. And to this day, I have no idea who was his supervisor at ANU. Sometimes in the 1990s, one of the young academics, also went to ANU, and she got a doctorate in ethnobiology, Dr. Jane Mogina. Now, talking about ethnobiology in Papua New Guinea, in 1996, it was said that Papua New Guinea had 867 languages. By a publication that came out in 2021, Papua New Guinea now has something like 840 languages. And the title of this publication of 2021 basically says, language and ethnobiological skills decline precipitously in Papua New Guinea, the world's most linguistically diverse nation. So I thought I might just put a bit of context in relation to the challenges that we have in PNG. I just want to now introduce some of the highlights in the PNG policy document framework. The framework basically has 7 chapters. It has 7 chapters and 6 annexes. Particularly on the annexes, the last annex, Annex 6, is the model ABS contracts on prior informed consent and traditional knowledge, mutually agreed terms, and also the material transfer agreements, if and when required. So that is in relation to the annexes. But in relation to the chapters, Chapter 1 basically gives the overall background. Chapter 2 on the definitions. Chapter 3 in relation to the policy context and directions. And Chapter 4, this is the operative part of the chapter on policies and strategies. And the key policy strategies are basically 6. So the first one is on governance and management. The second one is on knowledge, technology, and technology transfer. The third is on environment protection, conservation, and climate change. Number 4, sustainable economic development. Number 5, on safety and security. And number 6, on international trade and relations. So those are the key policy strategies. So just very quickly again, the first one is on governance and management. 2, knowledge, technology and technology transfer. 3, environment protection, conservation and climate change. Number 4, sustainable economic development. Number 5, safety and security. And 6, international trade and relations. Chapter 5, as I mentioned earlier on, is on organizational responsibilities. Now, this particular subject was actually never resolved since 2019, and we came to a consensus only, I think, last month, in the second week of April. So just a consensus. And the main issue there was on the institutional arrangements. Now, in relation to the institutional arrangements, one of the things that we have had an immense challenge is that the question is, who represents the landowners or the traditional knowledge holders in all this work, in this process? Because all the participants who basically appear, they appear under the relevant departments or organizations. So we speak on behalf of the traditional owners. But then for so many years, this particular aspect has never been resolved. But one of the things to note is that the politicians are elected by the landowners. So therefore, they claim that they have a mandate to speak on behalf of the people and not the public servants or the others. So when it came to in terms of talking about the institutional arrangements as to where we will fit the traditional owners in, basically it became a bit of a huge challenge. So that is in relation to just the basic outline of the document. So once again, just to very quickly, chapter 1 is on the background, chapter 2 on definitions, chapter 3 on policy context and directions, chapter 4 on policies and strategies, chapter 5 on organizational responsibilities, chapter 6 on the management and the implementation, and chapter 7 on monitoring and evaluation. Raul, I know that I do not have much time here, so if I can just go very quickly to one of the critical areas that is in relation to the first one on governance and management. And in terms of governance and management, let me first of all go through the policy development process. In relation to the process, as soon as PNG, the CBD entered into force in Papua New Guinea in 1993. So since that time, a lot of various efforts were being made, and the first government draft policy documents came out prior to the Nagoya Protocol, and this is basically the works from 2004, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So a draft policy in a bill were basically in place, but then something happened, and they have been in hibernation, and so we got rescued, so to speak, by the regional ABS project in 2017 up until now. So just very quickly, now onto the legal framework to govern genetic resources in Papua New Guinea. Okay. I just made a selection out of so many laws in Papua New Guinea. So at this point of time, in relation to the draft policy, there's about 42 different pieces of legislation that have something to do with genetic resources. But in the review of these legal arrangements, the legal framework basically identified that there is no one single legislation that basically caters for the Nagoya Protocol, so to speak. I just have a feeling that many of the our challenges in the bureaucracy may be shared with everybody else. I just want to make a number of highlights in relation to the policy. One of those things is in terms of benefits, beneficiaries, and sharing of benefits. The main issue at hand in PNG is on the nature of the customary ownership as defined by the clan-based unit, and then the evolving rules on control of access to genetic resources and sharing of benefits. The modern, interventions of our domestic market and international trade requirements now have to bring out that, ownership in a group and to come up with a consensus in terms of making an agreement for them to be involved. Within this context, the Department of Justice and Attorney General basically have tasked us to also identify, especially the cross-jurisdictional issues within different institutions in PNG. So the National ABS policy recognizes that there are significant cross-jurisdictional issues which need to address appropriately and establish relevant governance and management system. So the current status of the cross-jurisdictional issues for harmonization is urgently needed in order to move or to advance the policy. I guess, from the PNG context, the main issue in relation to genetic resources is that, especially those areas which are under the customary jurisdiction, there are multiple government agencies which are actually involved in terms of the acquisition of customary lands, whether it is in forestry, agriculture, or even for protected areas. Now, they all have to go to the same landowners, and so there are different, development packages that are introduced to the landowners, and then the landowners, they have to sort of make up their minds. And the most recent works in relation to carbon trade is basically now asking the landowners as to who owns the carbon. And that is basically, lead to even more confusion in relation to setting up the of the policies at hand. So I think in my mind, in relation to Papua New Guinea, just to say that landowners basically, let me just finish off by saying that landowners, prior to colonization, basically owned 100% of the given environments and the natural resources. But then over time, basically, that ownership has been acquired by the state, which range started from 1% to 3%. 3% by the state is a normal figure that everybody reads in any works on in Papua New Guinea. Now that figure has basically gone from 3% to 15%. Now this has implications on the policy, on all the government policies. Now, one of the challenges that Papua New Guinea has always tried to contend with is that basically what is the benefit sharing arrangements, when it comes to genetic resources. Because the precedents have already been set in the mineral and also in the hydrocarbon sector, where basically landowners, they get pittance. In other words, they do not get, it is the government that basically gets Papua New Guinea's the major shares, and not the landowners. And that has always been the biggest challenge. And especially when it comes to genetic resources. In the first instance, for an example, like in the forestry, 100% of the rights or the ownership rights of the landowners are basically foregone. And then the forestry is basically degraded or clearfelled for agriculture. So it basically continues along those lines. But the main thing, the main point I just want to stress that is that all the government policies in Papua New Guinea, they basically make reference to the traditional knowledge, whether it is for genetic resources or for cultural expressions. They make reference to that. But actually getting them into a specific policy, and the hardest part is in relation to how to implement it. How to implement it, and where do the landowners benefits come in. So that is a big challenge at this particular point of time. So, but in the new policy, let me just finish off around by saying is that there is a proposal in the draft that is basically made to be consistent with Nagoya Protocol, is that when it comes to the benefit sharing under the prior informed consent and the mutually agreed terms, is that something like 67%, 67, sorry, in whatever 67% goes to the developer or the investor, and then 33% is basically to Papua New Guinea. And out of that 33%, and basically a major share of that, something like 15%, goes to the landowners. Yeah, goes to the landowners, and that 15% is basically divided into 4 categories of some sustainable development programs, education, and also for distribution as cash. So Thank you, Raul. Let me just stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Thank you, colleagues. Before we started this session, I should have taken maybe 1 or 2 minutes just for those who are in the room for the first time and being part of the EBS discussion. From experience is that sometimes access and benefit, we talk about biodiversity conservation, we talk about sustainable development, but several times we don't talk about how TK contributes towards sustainable development and in conservation work. And this morning in the opening session, the CBD Executive Secretary also mentioned the same, that we have to find the links and we have to identify these links and take that as one of the messages coming from the Pacific. So maybe just before we go to the question session, and especially for our youth members as well, I will just try to use 2 or 3 minutes just to explain in simple terms the languages which we are using in the room about TK. So we all know when we get sick, we go to the pharmacy, we buy medicine, and we don't realize that most of the time, about 80 to 90% of the medicine that we get from the pharmacy is coming from nature, from the natural products. And when we say genetic resources, we are talking about biodiversity, anything living that is around us, whether it's a plant, flora or fauna. So when we use these resources to develop anything commercial, anything which is of pharmaceutical value, are we compensating those people who have provided this to us? Say, for example, penicillin came through the process of research and development. Have we compensated those who gave us some of these information? So traditional knowledge is any knowledge that is in relation to these biological products and how they've been used over years and years. Say, for example, kava, an example is turmeric, or there are other different types of things like mangrove roots in Fiji that they use for different juices that we prepare, papaya leaf that we may use for fever. So these are all different traditional knowledge. So how are we fairly and equitably compensating the people who have this knowledge as well as people who provide these resources? So there's a very basic process of prior informed consent as well as mutually agreed terms, which is a benefit sharing agreement. So that is the subject matter that we're talking about. And then there's a whole lot of other issues which is around this that we've been listening from our presenters. So what I will do now is first of all, I'd like to thank all the presenters. Please stay around. We'll just take some questions and then we will go into the workout groups. Our team will assist us in terms of taking the microphones. If we have questions, we will take it from the room now. So if you have any questions from the presenters or anything, yes, we have Patricia in the corner there, IUCN.
Thank you to all the presenters. Just one question. I'm not sure if it's the right session to ask that question, but I was wondering, the clearinghouse mechanism under the ABS, the Nagoya Protocol, to what extent does it include traditional knowledge information?
It doesn't really. So the traditional knowledge information is not usually put up. A lot of countries and obviously and communities, a lot of traditional knowledge can be secret or sacred and is sort of maintained within customary structures. The traditional knowledge isn't usually put on the clearinghouse mechanism. What the clearinghouse mechanism usually, we're usually using it for is a depository of information on the permits that have been issued. And we can check that, it's called an International Certificate of Compliance, complying with the Nagoya Protocol. And we can check that in the clearinghouse when they're uploaded by countries into that clearinghouse to see whether people had permission to access that plant variety. So the idea is you can cross-check that potentially against other sources of information like research grants or the patent databases like I was talking about, to kind of say, hey, that researcher was looking at dillo nut, but they don't seem to have anything on the clearinghouse mechanism about that. So you could follow up and So it's trying to close that monitoring loop. It's part of the monitoring process to try and help. But yeah, so traditional knowledge, it sometimes gets registered nationally and then often kept as a closed repository so that external people aren't accessing that information necessarily. Yeah, so that happens often at the national level.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I understand that often it's, you know, secret information and it's not shared online to everyone, but I thought it might be useful to have at least an indication that traditional knowledge was accessed, and maybe from which community or something, just to have you know, some useful information for everyone to acknowledge that there was access to traditional knowledge and from which communities, even though the content is not disclosed here.
Thank you, Patricia, for that question. While we go to the next, is it Randy's? Just a quick comment on that. So Fiji, we have colleagues from Ministry of Youth Affairs. They have a wonderful example of how they have done the database for traditional knowledge, and not, as Daniel said, cannot be given access. Not all information, some information can. So there are different layers of protection. So the whole idea is to protect the traditional knowledge. So sometimes protecting traditional knowledge means you have a database to protect it. Sometimes you have the database, you don't give the access to protect the traditional knowledge. So that is why it is complicated. So we'll have more discussions on that. Thank you for your question. Professor Randy Thaman.
Yeah, just one question. There seems to be this gray area. What do you do if you have something like hibiscus tiliaceus, the vow, which almost every country knows the value of it, and people have been using it, and it became famous when they used it to treat a Fijian rugby player and got him back on the field against the All Blacks. But what if everyone knows this? Can people have the right to patent it? And so this is would be seems to be to me a real rub. And then I think that Raul, you got to expand it. It's not just medicine. It could be artistic motifs that are related to the environment and these things. So we've got to look at it. We usually think of access and benefit sharing when someone's patenting a medicine or something, but there's a far greater field of worry and enrichment. And I just want to say, how do you protect it, putting it on a database? And I just want to give you an example, because as you said, a lot of this knowledge is sacred. It is often owned by an individual family. And if they're a medicinal practitioner, it gives them power, prestige within the community. So they're not letting it go. And so in 1992, I think it was, we were asked to write a book on the medicinal plants of the Marshall Islands. And to do this, so we're trying to access this knowledge. We had a couple of Hawaiians, a woman who was a famous person on Hawaiian medicine came down there, and then a guy by the name of Bula Logan, who was a young medicinal practitioner. Their job was to convince the women of Majuro that if they didn't write the information down and preserve it for the future, it would be gone forever. And they were telling him, they were saying, look at all your kids in Majuro, all they're doing is playing basketball and baseball, and they're going down to the pub, which is the name of the main drinking place there, believe it or not. But and they're never going to have time to sit and talk or an interest to talk to the older people. So the women started crying, and they agreed. So, and it was my job to get the information from them. So, very simple. I had a 2-page questionnaire, or back and front. On the front page, it said, what are your 25 most important medicinal plants? What parts are used to treat what problems? And we left it problems, because some of your answers are to control runaway husbands or good fishing. And so medicine, we found the same thing on Vanuatu. Medicine has a much wider interpretation. Medicine is anything that solves your problems, right? So, and on the back page, so you have what are 25 plants, what parts are used to treat what problems, and amazing the things that came out. And then on the back it said, what are 3 trees that are used to medicinally to treat what problems that are now rare, have now disappeared, rare, or in short supply, and why, and what can you do about it? And then what are 3 shrubs or small trees? What are 3 ferns? And you actually, when you're doing this, you've got to use, fern is not a thing. So you might say, no, ni unikau se lo na buvali vatake na ota se balambala. So you got to give them some answers because, and so we got all these things back. There were 46 women in the workshop, and some of the older women didn't feel comfortable. So 26 questionnaires were filled in. And then that night, I sat on my laptop, got a spreadsheet, a couple beers, and just took the first list and put the 25 names down. And then put down ones that they said were rare in a different column. Then I took the second list. After finishing the 26 questionnaires, we had, I think it was 106 different plants, 3 of which were on 2 or more questionnaires. And so we reported that to them the next day. I'm just giving this example because you say you have to report back. We reported it back to the women the next day. They were amazed that this was their knowledge, right?
Sorry to interrupt, Randy. We have a 45-minute session that goes before lunch, and we already run.
Okay.
What we will include your discussion in when we go into the working group sessions. That would be much easier. But we can take the essence of your question, which was.
Okay. Sorry about that, Rob, but
that's all right.
I just was trying to flesh out something.
Yeah, we'll still take your question, which was. Do you want to respond to that one? Which knowledge commonly known, but someone does
the book was published in both English and Marshallese, with photos. So I'm just saying, how do you do it? Do you put it on a website? For me, I think you've got to put it in writing in the local language. It has to be in the local language.
You raise a lot of good points, Professor. Thank you. I'll go back to the first one, the first question. Yes, like I said, I think we need really good regional coordination. So it's great to have the regional agencies here because many of these plant varieties that I mentioned are found in multiple countries, and there's similar or the same traditional knowledge in different countries as well. It's not always the same. The hibiscus one, I don't know whether those patents will get granted. I think there's still applications at the international, and then they go down to the national level, and different national jurisdictions will assess them at those levels. So in the Simtech case, the researcher learned about a formula involving the hibiscus from the people in the Cook Islands, the Taonga. So he developed that formula in conjunction with them. So it may be a specific formula that he's then trying to turn into a pharmaceutical. So they do have to pass the intellectual property thresholds of new and innovative. So it may be that they're not granted, and in many of these cases, the patents won't be granted. But it's there to sort of highlight that, there is this possibility that many of these researchers are looking at all these different plant varieties. In other cases, there are a lot of plant species that we found, particularly PNG, some in Melanesia, that are endemic and unique, and there's not much research activity on them, and they're known as traditional medicines. So it's interesting to see some parts that have, particularly it seems to be PNG, there's a lot of traditional medicines that haven't been researched yet. Yeah.
Thank you, Daniel. Saleh, you have a question?
This question is for Professor Daniel Robinson. Sir, I might have heard you wrongly in one of your articulation that you said the Nagoya does not extend to the expression of culture perspective of the convention in the Pacific. Is that I mean, I just want to, before I throw my questions.
That's correct. So
That's
the Nagoya
correct.
Protocol is genetic resources and associated traditional knowledge. So cultural expressions are separate from the Nagoya Protocol, and there are negotiations about them going on in the World Intellectual Property Organization separately.
Thank you, Professor. Looking at our main topic of TK for biodiversity, trying to link it with SDGs. As one who actually is a pioneer also of the ABS project in Fiji, when I was in the Ministry of, this is a concern. And for the crops agencies around the room, maybe we will probably can touch this during breakout session. Then I'll probably have three clinging questions that comes out of that concern. One, I'm not really targeting the Nagoya Convention as it is for us as a region. Maybe as a part of this, looking forward, what's the pathway? What's the bridge? And a special one, how can, for us, what, thanks Stuart for articulating the achievements, looking forward from the achievement now of the project, what's the possibility in terms of reconsolidating for future scaling up of the Nagoya? What is the pathway in terms of resource mobilization to get that? And my last question is, this is not a direct attack to the crop agency around the room, because I notice that you normally bring in separate of this type of thinking when we try to get into some of these conventions. So my next question is, what's the future linkages? I think that is probably one of the takeaways for this one here. Of linkages, the thinking for future regional resource mobilization programming to target these ABS and SDGs in terms of projects, programs, right down to that touches the LOUs as far as Fiji is concerned. Because I'm currently working with the LOUs. I come from a very, very endemic place in Manako Bandra. I have a tree, a hibiscus tree, Professor, that have 3 or 4 different flowers, hibiscus flowers. Professor Lex have linked with me, just link with me. So maybe we'll go hiking someday. The thing is, not only for crops, the issue also I want to raise, what is the linkages between those ABS and SDGs, and what is also, I see the barrier in terms of once we articulate for future scaling up, the differences in thinking of crop agencies and international NGOs. This is my main worry when we go into this. Thank you.
Thanks, Saleb. Daniel, you'd like to go first and then Stuart? It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Thank you. You've raised some good good points there as well. Yes, I mean, I think I might let Stuart talk about the crop agencies and regional collaboration a bit more. There is, we are hoping to extend the ABS initiative. That project is currently finished as of now. It's been going for 5 years and was extended because of COVID. And we are in conversation, obviously still with SPRET and also with the EU, which was the main funder of that project over the last sort of 5 years, as well as GIZ and the German government. So there's still an ongoing conversation about possible renewal of funding for another period, 3 to 5 years, to support ongoing activities in relation to this, these questions. In terms of the interlinkages, absolutely. I think it's an artificial separation actually between Nagoya. Nagoya pulls it out because of the focus on biodiversity, the biological resource. So traditional knowledge is sort of artificially separated from the other kinds of traditional knowledge that you've mentioned as well. So there's a bit of an artificial separation, unfortunately, I think, because in the community, traditional knowledge is interlinked in part of culture. So that is something that we have to manage at the regional level, national, local community level as well. So I think that is important that there's coordination about those interlinkages, basically, and conversations going on about those. I had another point, but I've forgotten it now. I'll hand over to Stuart. Thank you.
Thanks, Daniel. Thank you for those questions, Sally. SPREP did talk to UNEP actually about having a second phase for this project, but it sorry. Yeah, thanks for those questions, Sally. SPREP did talk to UNEP about having a second phase to this project, but apparently they had their own capacity constraints and weren't able to support our work and having a second phase. I'm not aware of all the details around that. However, there is also the option of countries using their STAR allocations and national allocations under the GEF program to pursue ABS support for ABS activities at the national level. And I think that would be a really good way to go because we are now focusing on what happens at the national level. The project we have successfully implemented over the past 5 years has had, as I pointed out, a number of good results and has laid the foundation for moving forward. And so if countries are able to secure their direct fundings through GEF, and then GEF is only one element of funding that's available in the region, other projects, particularly the larger scale biodiversity projects, which will continue to be designed and implemented, should include components related to ABS within the whatever the respective frameworks are for those particular projects. And of course, there is lastly the option of countries negotiating at the CBD for an ABS fund. So just a couple of views on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Stuart. Unfortunately, we don't have much time left, so we'll just take one question. And is it Alisi or Choape? Okay, we'll take both, but it has to be very short questions, please. Please.
Okay, I have a couple of questions, but I'll try and keep it short. The first one is I don't know the meaning of biotrade. You had mentioned it, like how is biotrade different from like regular trade, agricultural trade that we do? Like we're exporting kava and dalo and everything else every other day, but now we're hearing biotrade. And then just to link up this next question to the conversation around the room when we're talking about traditional knowledge, intellectual property, how are we, and it may not be answered here, maybe in the working groups, how are we relating it to ownership at an individual and communal level? And then when we go into the conversation of compensation that Sally had also mentioned. And another thing we had discussed when you're talking about trade and compensation, we're talking about money. And we're coming back again to patents and getting, what's this? Not compensation, what's the word for it? Consent from communities, free, prior, informed consent. And we're talking about traditional knowledge. What about traditional mechanisms and processes of governance and asking for permissions and approvals? You know, we're talking about this legislative system that's foreign to our traditional communities of directly going to a community and doing your sevu and getting that approval versus a patent, which is a Western commercial stamp of approval to, you know, get the okay to
commodify this knowledge. So there may not be an answer right now, but I wanted to throw that in the room as well to think about when we're discussing this. Thank you.
Thanks, Alisi. Daniel?
Thanks. I'll do a quick answer to the second part and then get back to that. The Nagoya Protocol does talk about the need to respect customary laws, local customary laws, and also community protocols and procedures. So community, it is sort of embedded there, that this idea that, not just the national law is important, but also in getting prior informed consent from communities, you've got to follow custom. And so I think governments need to recognise that in their ABS policies and procedures as well, that communities have their own customs and ways of doing this. So that's really important to part of the discussion here that we're having the next couple of days, and shouldn't be forgotten. And the first part was about biotrade. Very good question. I find it confusing too. Biotrade is this term that's come to be used, I think largely because it's a way of separating out agricultural biological resources which are dealt with under the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, that sometimes just called the Plant Treaty. So that's the ITPGRFA, very long acronym, which covers, it has a simple agreement for trade, for research and development in those agricultural varieties, some of the main crops that we trade in the world. So wheat, sorghum, et cetera. ABS and access and benefit sharing is very much focused on research and development and subsequent commercialization of all the other biological resources. So the focus on research and development is critical to the access and benefit sharing process, if that's what it's about. Biotrade is just another term for trade in the biological resources that are separate from those main agricultural commodities. So it may be the biological resources that are used for skincare and medicines and other things. It might be some of the lesser known agricultural varieties as well. But when I say biotrade, they're not being researched necessarily. It's just commodity trade, as you say. So some people just call it commodity trade, but the term biotrade gets used as well. To make it even slightly more complicated, UNCTAD and the Union for Ethical Biotrade have some fair trade type guidelines for sustainable and fair trade trading in these commodities, which many countries are being encouraged to follow to try and enhance the value chains, to get more benefits back to communities through fair trade processes, and to do that in a sustainable way. So there are official UN biotrade initiatives. There's one through UNCTAD, and there's a separate one which is run by a member-based organisation called Union for Ethical Biotrade. So that's like a fair trade label. So it is a little bit complicated. I was using it in the general sense, so biotrade and commodity trade in noni, in kava, and those sorts of things. Yeah.
Thanks, Daniel. One last question. That's from Chopper. Yeah.
Thank you, Daniel, for setting the scene. And my question relates to biotrade. Thank you, Daniel, for explaining that quite eloquently. The concern from my end as well, being a researcher that's been working on ABS, is, and I have to commend SPREP for the work that you've done already with the 10 countries that have come into ABS with their policies frameworks. The question from us is, we've always been in discussions with the ministries in terms of, we've always been painted red in terms of, compliance, using in terms of the resources from communities. But there's less in terms of how commercial practitioners have been, working in this space. There is no transparent mechanism or how they've been doing their, non-monetary, monetary benefit sharing to the communities. And wondering if SPREP is looking towards addressing this as well within the region, because I believe that is the bigger white elephant that we need to address as well within the region, because from where we sit, and most of us who are, traditional people here who know the medicine, we see these products coming out, in commercial products. And the question that comes in our mind is,
how are they being benefiting these traditional knowledge holders, the customary holders of these traditional medicines that are being commercialized. So, from our end, we've been painted in some ways on the work that we've been doing for research, but I think there needs to be a closer microscope on biotrade as well within the region. Thank you.
Do you want me to? Yeah, thanks, Chuape. Just a quick comment on your on your question about how SPREP is involved with countries in terms of addressing that issue and the challenge. So the EBS project has worked with all of 14 Pacific Island countries in terms of developing their compliance mechanisms. And sometimes when countries have resource constraints, then we don't advise them to go ahead and write a ABS legislation straight away. It will take time. So what we do is we work with them administrative measures, whatever they can do through their internal processes. But at the end of the day, each country has their own sovereign rights. So they decide how they want to govern and how they want to rule. We can't dictate any terms, but we can give them best practices and advice based on lessons learned from the region. And on that note, tomorrow evening, we are launching the lessons learned from the Pacific on Nagoya Protocol of whatever we've done and what we've learned and which other countries can learn from, as well as we are launching the regional guidelines of how you can effectively implement these as compliance measures in your country. So we'll do that tomorrow. So we can probably stop there for now. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, participants, thank you so much. And our presenters as well, Stuart and Daniel, thank you so much for providing that depth information about the work that we are doing on access and benefit sharing. Let us show our appreciation to our presenters. Yeah, thank you once again. And also our presenters who are virtually online, Francis from Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, Samoa, and John from Papua New Guinea. Thank you again for your time and your availability to share your experiences and your lessons learned from your countries. Once again, thank you so much. What we will do now, from here, we will go into a breakout session. So for the breakout session, we have two moderators. Dr. Miri Raven, can you just raise your hand? So she will take group 2, and Dr. Ivana Wright, group 1. So group 1, Dr. Ivana, you have what are the challenges we face in developing national policies or legislative framework on associated traditional knowledge to genetic resources, problems in doing legislations and policies in countries on access and benefit sharing and associated TK. She will be moderating that session. We will have room 1 here, and then there will be a partition for room 2. Room 2, the question, and group 2, sorry, the question is, how do we get the communities and holders of associated traditional knowledge to effectively participate in national policy formulation? So one is more as a national, as a government. One is how we can be more inclusive working with communities. And of course, research and innovation to be included in that. Yes, give me one. So the two groups, what I've been advised is that we can take lunch break now, although I think, yeah, that's all right. So we will take the lunch break now. We'll come back after lunch. Maybe we can take a little shorter 45-minute lunch, and then we can resume so we can cover up for this session in the evening, afternoon session as well. Once again, thank you so much. So we will now break for lunch and we will resume at 1:45. Also, those participants joining us online, we will come back after 45-minute break and resume from there with session 1 on the group work. Thank you. Have a good lunch. The lunch is at the restaurant, is served there. Please wear your conference badge. Otherwise, you might not be allowed in the restaurant for your lunch. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please, participants, we don't have much time. We have to immediately start. So I will now first invite Dr. Miri Raven to Dr. Miri Raven. Yes, she will just take us through for whatever discussion was happening in her group. And then following that, we will have Dr. Ivana Wright. So two groups, Miri's group and then Ivana's group. And after that, we will finish off with this session, which was supposed to be done before lunch. And then we will start as per our normal agenda for this afternoon session. And we have a good line of speakers, interesting speakers in the next session as well. Thank you.
Oh, no, I'm the short one. Doesn't two come after one? It's okay, we'll go first. So we did, how do we get the communities and holders of associated traditional knowledge to effectively participate in national policy formulation? So there was a broad discussion that looked at making sure that the way forward is to contextualize the understanding for research or expected activities with communities. That we need to ensure that there's support at all levels within communities, so that community is not just one homogenous group, but operate in very different ways across different places. Part of the challenge is to get government to buy into what has been agreed on. We need to recognise the current structures in place. So that's like understanding that, we don't just go in and there's nothing that exists. There's pre-existing structures, and these need to be used for discussions for ABS. So we need to build relationships to remember that we're not just extracting information or data, that we're humans, we have emotions, that there's ethics behind it. And you're not just taking information, but you're taking people's identities as well. And part of the understanding and recognizing the structures in place is recognizing and respecting those structures. We need to acknowledge and recognize that what is from there is theirs, so that knowledge that comes from a particular place actually belongs to a particular place and belongs to particular people. Sorry. So we need to sing the same tune. We talk about the same harmony of climate change, but we're singing different tunes. I think it's such a great metaphor for explaining how sometimes we can be in the same room talking, but we kind of talk across each other. And sometimes cross-talk can work, but not always. Sometimes it's a disharmony. We need to slow down with definition. So when we're talking about climate change, we need to make sure that we're all understanding what climate change is, and people have certain understandings, but we may not have a shared common understanding of it. So start with the definitions and start by defining the terms. And part of that, that language is key, is understanding that it needs to be in simple language and it needs to be in translations. So also what I didn't do is we were supposed to also take feedback from the virtual participants. So I just quickly went and got that, that there needs to be capacity building and training for communities, that ambassadors and champions or representatives can be one form of ensuring, part of the process of consulting with communities. Sorry, structures again. In Vanuatu, there's been a national consultation process, which might be some interesting cross collaboration between countries. So they had a national land summit, which looked at bringing together a whole lot of communities for a 5-day discussion. And there was also national consultations on national issues that they do quite regularly, I think, between the Malvato Māori, the National Council of Women, the National Youth Council, and the Vanuatu Council of Churches, and they all come together to have these national consultations. Sorry, back to the question of the definition is sometimes if you start with a term like climate change, the answer you get will be climate change. So you have to make sure that you take a step back and ask a broader question to find out what you're looking for. In terms of the community levels, there's grassroots levels. So when you talk about structure, it's traditional chiefs, church ministers, and the queens of houses. I'm terribly sorry. This was all said in a language which is not mine. So I was trying to get translation while I was trying to write notes. So I'm terribly sorry if I got the structure mixed up. How am I going for time? One of the other things that came up was like in terms of trying to figure out who do you actually talk to for consultations. And I don't know what the term is here, but it was loosely translated as like a traditional registry of people for particular areas of land. What's the terminology? That. Yeah. So you need to be mindful of who belongs to that community. So recognize that in those units that like not everywhere for that local community is living there. Some people might be living in urban areas. And we need to recognize the diaspora for that community and who you want to work with and who gets to buy in from that community. And then there's a couple of more points around stakeholder collaboration. We don't always talk about the gaps. There's so many possibilities, but there's also so many risks. And in terms of youth engagement, lots of things are done in silos and there's little dialogue between the generations. So we often split up topics, but the youth are the ones that bear the responsibility for the, the ongoing implementation of what's being discussed today. They basically take on the responsibilities for the decisions they don't actually make. So there needs to be this cross kind of generational dialogue that also happens. And there's one last point I skipped over. We need to be mindful that Indigenous and local communities already have a history of policy engagement, and sometimes disengaging from policy might be because there's been a history of engaging in policy consultations and nothing's happened and it hasn't come back to them on the ground. And part of the ongoing engagement around policy is ensuring that it's not just the policy itself, but that the evaluation and the monitoring is also something that Indigenous and local communities are engaged in and have a seat at the table. And I think that's it. And I'm terribly sorry to the group if I've missed any of your key points.
Hiding over the other side of the room. So we had the other question, which was looking at what are the challenges that we face in developing national policies or legislative frameworks on associated traditional knowledge to genetic resources. And we've had quite a wide-ranging discussion, so I'm trying to bring it all together. But sort of actually stepping back before even drafting a national framework or a policy, we talked a bit about the sort of guiding principles that would underpin that and how you would approach that at a national level, and looking at the values that the policy is meant to encompass or the legislation is meant to encompass, and the purpose. So who are you working, who is this for? What do you hope to achieve, and being really mindful about those objectives when developing a policy or a legislation. And in recognition of, when you approach or start developing a national framework, there's this tension that between sort of cultural and individual rights, and how we define the scope of these policies or legislative frameworks, the difficulties in defining the key terms or how the key terms can then influence the legislation. So looking at how we defined things like genetic resources or how we define traditional knowledge. Because if we have a definition of traditional knowledge that makes it sound like it's static or ancient or old, it doesn't actually reflect the reality of a dynamic and evolving knowledge base that is a foundation for innovation today. So we talked a lot about the challenges in recognizing that traditional knowledge is a holistic concept, and that we needed to be sure that the legislation reflected that, and that we also were very clear about the different types of uses that were involved. The importance of reflecting in relation to traditional knowledge, of course, customary approaches or protocols relating to use. And we talked a bit about the difficulty in reflecting that in a legislative framework, and how sometimes policy can work, or other protocols can operate at a level that reflects the community rather, and that might be more appropriate than a national framework. We talked also about the importance of consultation
with community and the fact that that can take some time, and how working with community to record information can be really important, but also a challenge. We talked about the difficulty in identifying or setting out what access and benefit sharing terms might be involved. And some of the main issues that came up were the issues with how legislation would identify, or how you could identify beneficiaries, and how you would provide for the sharing of benefits within legislation while still being flexible. And interestingly, we talked a bit about the global context and how we have regional models, and we have a shifting global sort of playing field with different negotiations going on at different levels, including the World Intellectual Property Organization, but also the role of the Pacific developments in informing the global framework. And we talked a bit about the role of adopting national examples, so that there were some examples such as Palau, and how that could be an interesting or useful example for other countries, but that there would be adaptation that would need to be made to reflect local circumstances, and that you couldn't just adopt another country's approach wholesale because there may be differences in governance structure. And finally, we talked a lot about implementation, that it's all very good and well to have something on paper, to have a national framework, to have a policy or law, but it was really important to have the capacity to actually enforce that on the ground, to monitor, enforce and report on the policy. And also to review or reflect on legislation when technology changes such that you need to adapt to reflect that new technology. So we're seeing with the digital sequence information how some legislative frameworks don't necessarily capture that, and how we need to make sure that the legislation is keeping pace with technology. So I think I apologize if I've missed any points. I've tried to consolidate them. We had a wonderful wide-ranging discussion, but I think in the interest of time, Rahul, might wrap it up there. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So that's the wrap up for session 1. So well done. That was like tough going, the first one, seeing how we're going to work it. And now we're up to session 2. So I'm going to ask our team to run up the new sign for the session 2 topic. I think that's what we are up to. And then I'm also going to call up our guest speakers for session 2. So Ivana, you can stay down this end of the room and come take a seat. We have virtually joining us Dr. Katie Sa'apa. And we'll get our IT team to bring up these virtual participants. And I also asked to come up and take a seat at the front, Mr. Marika Tuiwawa. Thank you, Marika. Did I get? And also joining us online, we have Stephen Ratuva. So our first speaker is Ivana Wright, Senior Lecturer in the Faculty of Law at the University of Technology, Sydney. Her research includes covering the fields of intellectual property, protection of Indigenous traditional knowledge, and the regulation of technology. Recently published was a key book called Protecting Traditional Knowledge, Lessons from Global Case Studies. So if our team can confirm we're okay with our online participants and our guest speakers, then we will get started. Good, Kelly? Okay. Ivana, I'm going to hand over to you to take the floor. So hang on, session 2, let me backtrack.
Now, session 2 is the state of traditional knowledge associated to genetic resources and solutions to safeguard it.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to talk to you today about the use of access and benefit sharing agreements and how they can be used to safeguard traditional knowledge. And we've had some speakers this morning talk about the importance of prior informed consent and mutually agreed terms, and how our international frameworks, such as the Nagoya Protocol, provide for the requirement to obtain prior informed consent and to enter into mutually agreed terms. And the ABS agreement is really the way that you capture this arrangement between the knowledge holders or the resource holder and the party that's seeking to use and access traditional knowledge. And it's really obviously critical to make sure that we're documenting those engagements and that we're providing sufficient protection for traditional knowledge through the use of these agreements. And so I was going to talk through some of the key points that these kinds of agreements should cover, because I think when you're missing them in a ABS agreement, it makes it really challenging to enforce and protect. So starting with, I guess, the subject matter, we really need to make sure that these agreements are clear about what actually is covered, what parties can access. Are we talking about samples of a genetic resource only, or are we talking about the traditional knowledge? Who can the parties speak to within a community? What does it involve? Are there, a limited number of interviews? Is it speaking with particular identified knowledge holders? Is it free-ranging type discussion? Really defining the scope of the agreement and whether or not the traditional knowledge is identified or is even allowed to be identified and documented as part of any access and benefit sharing agreement. So Daniel talked a little bit earlier about parties that were engaging in research and development and intellectual property and patenting activities in the region. And when you're looking to enter into an agreement with party about protecting traditional, or about using traditional knowledge or accessing traditional knowledge, it's really important to make sure that you really know who you're dealing with. Is it an individual? Is it a company? What is their background? So researching the organization, what is their business? Who owns them? Because quite often it might be one company who comes in and it looks like it's a research organization, but they're actually owned by a commercial entity who develops products. And it's worthwhile considering doing a search on one of the patent registers to see if they do have patents on traditional resources or other biological resources in other, in your country or in other countries. And then making sure that, you're entering into an agreement with the right person. And that goes both ways, making sure that the company, the user party, can sign the contract, but also that the right parties from a provider perspective are also entering into the agreement, so that the knowledge holders are involved, or at a particular community level or individual level, depending on the knowledge. Then we have this issue of what activity are we covering under the agreement? Are we allowing just research, or are we allowing research and non-commercial activities, research and development? So making sure that scope is really clearly defined, and also that the parties are clear on what happens if the scope changes. So what happens if the party wants to change from research to a commercial purpose? Do they need to come back and get new prior informed consent? Do they need to enter into new mutually agreed terms that have different requirements around protecting the traditional knowledge? Then having setting out actually the terms of access. So being clear, what can be accessed, what location, what people are involved, what monitoring or reporting requirements that might there be on the party that's accessing knowledge, and what happens if in the process they damage the environment. Can they transfer knowledge to a third party? And then benefit sharing terms are really important as well. So we spoke about it in breakout group 1 before, this idea of, so we have access and we regulate access to traditional knowledge, but how do we quantify and how do we share benefits, and how do we make sure that the community reaps or has benefit returned to them? And obviously when people think about benefit sharing, they think about the money, they think about the dollars. And of course that is important. And you can have things like royalties that are calculated on as a percentage. You can have milestone payments. And the agreement should be clear about what type of benefits you've agreed, how they'll be calculated, how they'll be paid, the specifics. Is it going to be every quarter? Is it going to be the last day of the year or the last day of the month? Do you have to invoice? All of these little specifics actually need to be thought through and put in the agreement so that there's no dispute when the time comes to get those benefits. And who will they be paid to? It's really, is it just going into the government? Is it being distributed to the local community or local beneficiaries? But importantly, non-monetary benefits have a significant role to play. If we focus on monetary benefits and royalties, it may be a long time before the community can actually receive any funds, because things like drug development take a really long time. And there's an opportunity for communities to realise benefits through non-monetary benefits like technology transfer. And if you were to agree to that in your access and benefit sharing agreement, then be specific. What do you expect to be provided? The same, often funding for students. How many students are going to be covered by this arrangement? What course of study? What expenses are going to be paid? And same with equipment. If the non-monetary benefits are going to be equipment, well, what kind of equipment do you want? Be really specific so that the agreement, the community can capture the benefits. And I'm not sure how I'm going for time, so I'll be very quick on my last couple of points. But the final one is thinking about intellectual property, really. And that a lot of the access and benefit sharing arrangements contemplate some form of intellectual property, particularly when you're dealing with drug development. And so you'll find access and benefit sharing arrangements will try to deal with the rights in inventions that might arise out of traditional knowledge. And so the accessing party will often say, well, we'll own the intellectual property and we'll own the inventions that arise out of that. But intellectual property rights can be a form of benefit. And we see in the Nagoya Protocol, the parties, the annex in the Nagoya Protocol sets out that intellectual property rights can be both a monetary and non-monetary benefit. And we've seen examples where communities have entered into joint ownership of patents for inventions arising in relation to traditional knowledge. And that can work. That can, where you have good terms and conditions about how you use your rights in traditional knowledge, then co-ownership can work really well. But you have to be clear on who's going to be responsible for the costs, because patents are expensive. And where are you going to get a patent? Is it just in one country or is it going to be in a lot of countries? And what can you do with your patent? Because if you both have co-ownership, then you can both do whatever you want with it, usually depending on the national legislation. So you need to be really, really clear about what kind of intellectual property rights you'll have, who'll own them, who'll fund them, and also who'll have the rights in research results. And one of the ways that communities can also get benefits back is to have those research results shared with the community as well, and to require that as part of their access and benefit sharing arrangement. I'm pretty sure that I've reached the end of my 10 minutes, so I will stop there and hand over.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Ivana. We just realized I was supposed to be moderating, so I'm I'm back up here. Apologies for that. Can we just bring up on the screen Dr. Katie Suape, who's joining us virtually? We got the connection there. And I can just do a little introduction. I want to make sure she's there first. Can we see her? Yeah. Oh, I thought I'd be able to see her on screen. She's coming. So she's joining us virtually. So I think many of us know Dr. Katie Suape from, she was for a long time at University of South Pacific at the Institute of Advanced Sciences, IAS. And she's now joining us from SPC, where she has a role as a genetic resource expert. And Katie, originally from Solomon Islands, has led a number of biodiscovery projects throughout the region. She's going to be talking to us today about the diversity of marine genetic resources, the types of research, and how can the community benefit from such research. I'm hoping we can go over to you, Katie.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Great.
All right. Bula vinaka and warm Pacific greetings. I'm sorry that I was not able to join you in person. Thank you so much for this opportunity to participate despite that. So my talk, as Daniel has mentioned, is going to be on the diversity of marine genetic resources, the types of research, and how communities or stakeholders or governments can benefit from such research. And this kind of research comes with its challenges, so I will touch very briefly on some of this. And just a disclaimer first, I am not a traditional knowledge expert and I'm a scientist, so I often come to these spaces a little bit nervous because I worry about being misunderstood and all that. So just bear with me. So what are marine genetic resources? Well, Article 2 of the CBD defines the term genetic resources as genetic material of actual or potential value. Further, it defines the term genetic material as meaning any material of plant, animal, microbial, or other origin containing functional units of heredity. What that does actually mean? Well, when we're looking at marine genetic resources or marine genetic material, what we are talking about is anything that has life. So genetic material on the surface of the ocean, for example, turtles, whales, jellyfish, to the deep ocean, fish, to the ocean floor, marine plants, algae, sponges, and the trenches in between, the water column with all its microorganisms. These are all marine genetic material. And when we refer to the resources, it refers to those resources or genetic material that actually have potential value or actual value. And so this also extends to digital sequence information and data, which is in somebody's computer somewhere outside of our region. It also includes ex situ samples, which are in repositories or marine collections in museums. So what type of research do we use marine genetic resources for? So the first is on, I'll just talk very briefly on pharmaceuticals and biodiscoveries. What that involves is when we collect samples from the ocean, you can extract all the chemistry or all the compounds from there. You can test it against bacteria or against anti-cancer cells. And then you can determine its bioactivity. So basically what that means is that the bioactive properties of a certain plant or a certain organism has the potential to be developed into, you know, a pharmaceutical drug or a pharmaceutical medicine. We can also use this for cosmetics and also for food products, agricultural products, for example, seaweeds. This kind of research is also useful for identification of invasive species, for fisheries management, for IUU fishing and forensics. For example, the catch, you can try to identify what has been illegally caught. It can also be used for biological assessments of species diversity, its distribution and connectivity as well. And also it's very important when we are creating inventories of marine organisms and databases as well. So as you can see in the things that I've researched, I've described, marine genetic research contributes to the body of scientific knowledge needed to inform decision-making, to protect, conserve, and sustainably use our ocean resources. And so that's the first point I wanted to share, that the study of marine genetic resources actually adds value to our genetic resources. It contributes to the protection and conservation of our natural resources, thereby safeguarding guarding our traditional knowledge and practices. This is really important in light of the increasing environmental pressures we now face. So access to marine resources for biodiversity research is essential to allow these environments to be better characterized. So, you know, how can we care for our ocean resources if we don't know what's in them? And so this kind of research actually helps us better understand our ocean resources so we can actually protect them. It also creates an incentive to monitor and preserve biodiversity in order to avoid the risk of losing economic opportunities from competitors or extinction from climate change, for example. Our local communities can also be aware of the potential economic value of natural habitats, providing incentives for biodiversity conservation. It also provides employment opportunities, which plays a key part in the blue economy. And science and traditional knowledge actually complements each other. You know, oftentimes we think that there's a bit of tension between these two, but when we are looking at, for example, a plant that has medicinal properties, and traditionally we have used it in our families for many, you know, for hundreds of years. And then, you know, we can use the science to actually confirm the bioactivity that's present. And so science, in this case, adds value to our traditional knowledge base and helps to preserve our traditional cultures and habits and offer an opportunity for us to document this knowledge and practices. So what are some of the benefits that we can have? And I think Vanna has explained a lot of this and shared, so I won't really go through all the benefits that I've listed. So we have obviously monetary benefits. So this would be royalties, milestone payments, patents and license fees. But what I'd like to focus a bit more on are the non-monetary benefits, the science and knowledge that contributes to the conservation and protection of our environment. Not only that, but the science and the knowledge that also helps to formulate, say, for example, access benefit sharing policy, access to data and information sharing of research and development results, cooperation in education, it could be training or scholarships, resource management and planning activities that can be done as part of the non-monetary benefits. If you are at an academic institution, it can be co-authorship, collaborative scientific activities. And one of the main things I really want to emphasize here is capacity building. Capacity building is a form of benefit sharing. It can be human capacity, institutional capacity, technology and equipment, legislative capacity. We need all these to be able to better implement, the laws that we sign up to, the protocols, Nagoya Protocol, for example. All of this, we really need the capacity to actually implement that on all the different levels, from the community to the provincial to the government, and even at the global level. I just want to touch very briefly on some of the challenges. So genetic research obviously is very time consuming, as has been mentioned by Vanna, and it's very high risk in terms of the expected returns. And oftentimes we focus a lot on the non-monetary benefits. And this is one of the reasons why I always think non-monetary benefits are so important to capture and get included in all these ABS agreements that we have, rather than focusing so much on royalties and all the monetary benefits. And one of the returns from genetic research are often really uncertain. Bioprospecting rate or biogenetic research, if you are in doing biodiscovery, the rate for something to come out is very low. Statistics that's often used is 1 in 10,000 samples will lead to a potential successful product. And this unequal capacity of host countries, stakeholders, lead to unfair negotiations of outcomes as well, of a benefit sharing. Negotiations of bioprospecting contracts can be very difficult, including the determination of fair prices for exploration and commercialization. And the enforcement of legal frameworks, including biopiracy and intellectual property theft, is linked often to low capacity in enforcing laws and international treaties and the know-how. And so this is one of the key reasons why, capacity development has to be part of all these non-monetary benefits that are included in ABS legislation. The potential as well, one of the risks is potential tension in local communities that can be perceived as being unfair. Again, just understanding that at the community level, oftentimes we go there and get consent without sort of really giving back. These are what the community can actually benefit from, and only involving them at the very end of the whole process of ABS. So they need to be included right from the start so that we can also manage expectations. So one of the things I just wanted to mention before I finish is this, and Ivana has also talked about this, clear steps on ABS agreements, clarity around that to ensure that our communities can also benefit, but also allowing for scientific research to be facilitated. We need regulations to establish and maintain an effective system from all the way from the collection all the way to the clearinghouse mechanism. That process should be made clear so we can ensure that our communities and our traditional knowledge holder, indigenous people, can be part of that process right from the start to ensure that there is a fair return on their traditional knowledge and to avoid exploitation of their genetic resources. And biodiversity prospecting in any of these marine or terrestrial must include consent, prior informed consent of our local communities with, a recognized permit of how they can also benefit. One of the things through the work and experiences that I've had, is it's very easy for us to say, yes, we can do these things, but implementing those policies can be very difficult to the point where, we just go back to our natural inclination, which is, okay, let's say yes to anyone who comes and, seeks to use our biological resources and our marine resources, because, we need to meet a deadline, we need to meet a timeline. And we let these things leave our shores, often with either very little reward to the communities, but also to the institutions within our countries. So I think that's all I wanted to, just one more thing I wanted to mention. One of the projects that I was involved in, we managed to document all the samples that we collected, and we created what's known as the bioprospecting database, samples database, which is at the University of the South Pacific Institute of Applied Sciences. And this is a first of its kind. It provides all the information that was collected, where samples were collected, the location, the science related to that in terms of its bioactivity. And so these are some of the information that's available through research, such research that could, help countries make decisions about their marine resources. I think I will stop there, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to contribute to this.
Vinaka, thank you so much, Katie, for sharing all your extensive experience with your marine biodiscovery projects and benefit sharing. It's my pleasure now, we have another online speaker. It's my pleasure to introduce Professor Stephen Ratuva from online, who will be joining us online. Now, Professor Ratuva is an award-winning political sociologist and global interdisciplinary scholar, director of the Macmillan Brown Centre for Pacific Studies. He was awarded the 2020 Metgay Medal by the Royal Society of New Zealand, the country's highest award in social science research excellence. He was also co-winner of the 2019 University of Canterbury Research Medal, the university's highest academic honour, and he became the first Pacific Islander and foreign national to win both esteemed and highly contested awards. He is also a recipient of a number of research grants by Marsden, New Zealand Health Research Council, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and others, totaling a few $1 million. And he's been a Fulbright Senior Fellow and Professor at the University of California, Duke University and Georgetown University in 2018. With a PhD from the Institute of Development Studies, he's published widely on a range of issues in the Pacific, including society and culture, indigenous knowledge, development, climate security, and the list goes on, a very long list, a very impressive list. So it's my pleasure to introduce Professor. His presentation is on Pacific societies and culture, indigenous knowledge and development, the fair and equitable sharing of benefits in accessing traditional knowledge. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much for that. I wonder if you can hear me, Chair?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, oh, good. Oh, good. Yeah, I was a late addition to the panel, but it's fine because that's how we do things in the Pacific. If you can see my background, that's my village, Kandavu, and Suva, where you are, is just beyond the horizon. And I want to show that picture because in 2017, I went to my village, and that's my land, or our land rather, our Matangari land, and the connection between the land and the people, the ocean, the sky is pretty strong. But that's not what I'm going to talk about today. I'll be looking fundamentally at some of the broader, well, sorry, there's been a slight change because I've been listening to the very brilliant presentations earlier with Ivana on the benefit sharing and Katie on genetic resources, marine genetic resources. Very good indeed. In fact, a lot of things which I was going to say have been already presented by Katie. So what I'll do is try and look for gaps here and there in a adaptive way. And hopefully I'll be within the 10 minutes, which has been cut down from 15 minutes because of the time constraints. So I'll be basically looking at some of the broader politics and economics of safeguarding indigenous knowledge and genetic resources. And thanks so much, SPREP, for the invitation. So it's a very important issue, particularly now with globalization and the changes in the trading patterns of the world in the world, and the indigenous knowledge and genetic resources has become a commodity in the big global trading system in ways which have impacted on trying to safeguard and protect indigenous knowledge in all parts of the world. And the issue is interdisciplinary, it's interinstitutional. Thank you so much for this particular seminar, SPREP, bringing together people from different institutions and cultures. It deals with ecology, it deals with commerce, deals with politics, knowledge appropriation, and piracy and power, and who controls what in terms of the indigenous knowledge over the years. Now, 15 years ago, I put together a book with Aurora Mead, one of the leading indigenous knowledge experts in New Zealand, on Pacific genetic materials and life patterns, looking at some of the attempts in the past by big corporations to extract and patent genetic material, also biodiversity material from the Pacific. Since then, in the last few years, I've been working on commodification and digitized knowledge, especially the way in which indigenous knowledge in particular has been digitized and used in economic and political discourses, and often in a way which raises questions about iniquity of knowledge. But I'm not here to talk about that. It's another big issue on its own. So often when you talk about indigenous knowledge, it's usually a connotation of being patronizing. These are people who are helpless. These are people who should be helped by equitably sharing the resources and so forth. I think over the last few years, there have been an attempt to try and empower indigenous communities to take control not only of the knowledge system, which has been through colonialism and post-colonial processes been taken away or institutionalized in particular ways which they don't have any control over, into being direct participant and beneficiaries of the intellectual resources. In the last few years, as a result of climate crisis and the need to address some of those issues of adaptation, of resilience, people have started looking into IK, indigenous knowledge, as one of the ways in which we can address the issue of climate crisis. Now, now the number of challenges, since we're running out of time, the number of challenges, about 3 challenges I want to pick here and very, very briefly talk about, since quite a number of those issues I was hoping to talk about have been covered earlier by Ivana and Katie. The first is indigenous knowledge itself, is it really taken seriously? Is it something which has been mainstreamed in ways which make sense to the sustenance of the ecological system? In the last few years, like I said, people are beginning to look at, including within the UN system, the Paris Agreement itself, about 5 or 6 times acknowledges the significance of indigenous knowledge in the protection of the ecological system. And the IPCC report, which came out this year, for the first time, it tried to acknowledge the significance of indigenous knowledge in terms of preserving the environment, in terms of addressing climate change. So the question is, to what extent are these genuine processes of thinking and policy, or are they the usual tick the box exercise, which a lot of international organizations have been very good at? I deal with a lot of these international organizations. They tend to be very good in writing policies and ticking the boxes, and they look good in front of the world. So the question is, how seriously have they taken indigenous knowledge in terms of preservation of the ecology? Now, the relationship between indigenous knowledge and science has been quite complex and very, very antagonistic to some extent over the years, since the period of colonialism, and over the years, science is supposed to be reductionist in the sense that it breaks down knowledge into different parts, while indigenous knowledge is supposed to be holistic. It links together people and culture and the environment, the sky, the sea, and so forth. It's often said that indigenous knowledge is not a science, when in fact, the owners of traditional knowledge have for thousands of years doing observation and experimentation over a long period of time, rather than just doing experiments within 1 hour or 1 day and then come up with the answers. So at the same time, there have been attempts to try and look at how they can work together. They have had very successful cases where in the US, amongst the First Nation in Canada as well, to some extent here in New Zealand, in Asia and Africa, where scientists working on ecology have used indigenous knowledge, and in the Pacific to some extent as well. There are some people in the conference I know have been working in that area. But one of the issues is the relationship is often seen as science is still superior than indigenous knowledge. Now, in New Zealand here, for instance, there was a pushback. Over the years, has been pushback as well, that indigenous knowledge doesn't have the same status as science. A group of very senior academic professors, they wrote a petition to the government saying that indigenous knowledge should not be equated with science when the government tried to include indigenous knowledge in the science curriculum. Now that caused a lot of debate. And of course, that is just the tip of the iceberg. Embedded in academia, embedded in research, embedded in the intellectual discourse of the West since the 1700s, at the time of the so-called, of the during the Industrial Revolution, Scientific Revolution, and so forth, that particular perception still persists and very much embedded in many academic disciplines in the social sciences. I know that very well because I've been living within those social science disciplines for a long, long, long time in very, very subtle ways. So, but it's only when indigenous knowledge has a value in terms of academic value or economic value, then it becomes seen as something which is supposed to be relevant, and that is pretty obvious, particularly in the last few years, as a result of the new liberalization, corporatization of research of universities, where money comes first. It's not so much knowledge, that the value of knowledge depends very much on how much money it generates. So indigenous knowledge is seen as being of lesser value because it doesn't bring in much money. But when it does, that's when they begin to feel okay, particularly in research, not so much in teaching, where a lot of scholars have moved into this area, not so much to drive indigenous knowledge further, but really to make money and to make get benefits out of it. So one of the first challenges really is the way in which indigenous knowledge is taken seriously, or is just ticking the box. The international institutions, starting from the Convention on Biological Diversity, there was a lot of push by the indigenous groups around the world to have such an agreement, but then it was very much top down and very much driven by academics and bureaucrats and policymakers. Now, the second challenge, I suppose, has to do with the commodification of indigenous knowledge, particularly in relation to bioprospecting and biopiracy, something which Katie has talked about quite significantly. And in the last few years, biotechnological and pharmaceutical companies have been quite active in this area. Bioprospecting and biopiracy. Biopiracy is a term which was used from the 1980s, no, earlier than that, basically to look at the theft of intellectual resources from the communities. Now, and then a lot of universities, a lot of researchers are caught up in that particular situation where they become, they're subcontracted to the corporations. I call this a genetic industrial complex, where big companies like Pfizer, they contract researchers to go out and extract genetic resources and to look for genetic resources, and using a chain. There's a chain of universities and researchers on the field and so forth, and connecting with some of the indigenous communities themselves, who are bought off by the money which is involved. Hundreds of millions of dollars have been poured in the last few years in that direction. Then you have the role of research tourism as well, where academic, I referred to in one of the papers, academic predators use very highly sophisticated methods like acknowledgement, consent, and sharing benefits as a way of controlling the power dynamics of resources. They have the knowledge, but then as a way of ensuring legitimacy, they involve in the so-called ethical process, which they, in all universities, you have to go through the ethical process in order to be able to get your research approved. So they involve in this kind of method in a way which benefits them quite well. Now, the growth of ethnobotany in the last few years has seen the way in which scholars have been used by corporations. Something like 7,000 products from plants are now in the pharmaceutical space, and about 70 to 80% of plant-based pharmaceutical products are taken from indigenous communities. There have been a number of calculations made in the 1990s, for instance, something like more than $30 billion worth of pharmaceutical products and other forms of commodification are taken from indigenous knowledge, some of it through biopiracy. So, and of course, the patenting process, that's where it becomes very, very challenging politically and legally, because the big corporations, they have the power, they have the money to be able to change legislations in big companies, also in lobbying the World Trade Organization, for instance. We came up with the TRIPS, the trade-related intellectual property rights, which we all know, where intellectual property is defined purely in terms of individual ownership, not so much collective ownership. There have been attempts to try and change that, but not much success in relation to the way countries themselves have tried to apply if you like, the communal intellectual property issue. So, the TRIPS has been trying to push for free trade, of course, in the Pacific. The free trade in the Pacific with the PACER Plus and so forth. One of the dangers is the way in which that will have impact on intellectual property rights as well. Now, so I'll probably jump to the second challenge. So, sorry, the third challenge rather. So that's the second challenge in terms of how can communities benefit from the commodification of their intellectual property rights. The number of points that I have listed down towards the end that I'll be looking, one of them is direct participation in the process of extraction itself. At the moment, this benefit sharing process is very much driven by researchers, driven by companies, driven by governments. And how can communities themselves be engaged in that? A couple of years ago, we were having discussions with our science people here and some of the Maori organizations, how we can get in some PhD students from the Pacific and train them in compound extraction, molecular extraction, and testing, and how that can be used within the communities, set up entrepreneurial entities where the communities themselves can directly benefit from the intellectual property which they own, rather than going through third or fourth entities. Now, so yeah, so the commodification of intellectual property of indigenous intellectual property is part of a much bigger global process where global South countries have basically exploited by the global North corporations in terms of land and raw materials, which it's worth something like $10.8 trillion where they benefited from. That's enough to end extreme poverty in the global South 70 times over. So a lot of the resources, intellectual resources and land resources have been expropriated by the northern global North countries in ways which leads to the inequality of resources and knowledge in the world. Now, the third and last challenge is to do with, I'll go back to the climate crisis. The carbon market is being touted by those involved in the carbon pricing, carbon market, that indigenous knowledge can survive through the process. There are a number of challenges here. One is the declaration of preserved, preserved land and environment and ecology. Preservation can actually be beneficial in terms of money. So they become carbon credit. So people in the Pacific, for instance, who have trees, they can maintain the trees or plant more trees, and then they can get credit, which can be bought by the big companies who are still polluting and to make up for their carbon credit. So so some of the indigenous trees like Vesi have high value, and there's a lot of pine trees in Fiji, but they have very low value. So the problem with this particular carbon credit process is that it allows the big polluters to continue their polluting, and then the landowners, the indigenous knowledge owners of biodiversity, will have to pay the bill. Will have to shoulder the responsibility of saving the earth. So while it's beneficial in the long run, sorry, in the short term for landowners and owners of biodiversity within the community, it also has the challenge of making sure that the big polluters continue with their pollution. Now, some of the way forward, one is to redefine conservation. Often the way it's defined can also undermine and marginalize some of the local indigenous groups. It happened in Africa. It has happened in various places in South America, in other places in Asia, where the basic economic needs of the local population have been undermined as a result of conservation. So conservation has to take into consideration the needs of the local community as well, not so much to tick the global box of conservation. And secondly is the recognition of the collective intellectual property rights. There's a tension here between collective intellectual property rights and individual property rights. A lot of the land in the Pacific is collectively owned. And how do you translate that into something which can be recognized by states, recognized by international agencies. Although at the community level, that's recognized. At the national level, a lot of countries do recognize that. At the international level, at the more applied level of economic engagement, that is not so much the case. Number three is it's always good to be wary of the big predators. There's the big companies coming through. When I was in Fiji some years back, 3 or 4 years ago, I was aware of a Chinese company and a few other companies from New Zealand and Australia looking for intellectual property, sorry, for traditional medicine, Fijian traditional medicine, how they can be converted into money. So, the other issues to do with effective regional-wide community communication between indigenous communities, between the local communities. Most of the communication at the moment is between the local communities and governments and regional and international organizations. Say communication between horizontal communication is very important. The local communities in Papua New Guinea, local communities in Fiji, local communities in Vanuatu and so forth. It's very, very important here to share the experiences, to share some of the challenges. My team here is developing a digital tool to try and for local community engagement between the various communities. It's based on the local environment observer tool, which is used in Alaska between indigenous communities and the scientists. But the problem with Alaska is that the scientists still control the technology, still control the knowledge system. Now, the last but not least is to use our historical memory as to what we can do for the future. There have been some earlier works by Pacific people in relation to the intellectual property rights. As far back as 1993, the Matatua Declaration on Cultural Intellectual Property, which was signed here in New Zealand, where researchers and community leaders came together. And the second one was in 1995 in Suva, the Treaty for Life Form Patent-Free Pacific and Related Protocols. So they're still there. So it's a matter of actioning then how do you link some of those? And these are very grassroots declarations, which can be linked to the global ones. And of course, the model law, which was designed in 2022, which, in 2002, where different countries were the model law was original. Individual countries were supposed to design their own legislations, and some of them have done it. But I suppose the problem now is to do with how do you implement those and how do you make sure that the owners of the traditional intellectual property are actually part of the process rather than just being driven by legal experts and technocrats. So to go back to my background, so in Kandavu, which is the south of Suva, as you can see there, the carbon price value of some of the plants there are not very much, so there need to be a lot more planting in there. But I suppose what people in Kandavu have done was to go for marijuana, which has more economic value. And but I'm not encouraging it. But biodiversity can be something which people can generate their livelihood from. And of course, if for all kinds of reasons that cannot happen, they'll probably look for alternatives. Okay, I'll probably stop there. I'm trying my best to rush to beat the 10 minutes, and but I'll be ready for any questions. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor, for that high-level overview of some of the challenges facing Indigenous knowledge, and including, its need to be taken seriously at the science Indigenous knowledge interface and the commodification of Indigenous knowledge, as well as some solutions. I'd like to now call on Mr. Marika Tuiwawa to give his presentation. He joined the South Pacific Regional Herbarium as the curator in 1998. His areas of expertise include the flora of Fiji and the Pacific region, botany, vegetation ecology, biodiversity conservation, sustainable development, protected areas management, forestry and forest certification. And he's been responsible for training in taxonomy and ecology, project development and implementation and management of the herbarium unit. He has coordinated and led several local and regional multi-taxa biodiversity assessments with a background in, with a Masters of Science in Biology and Bachelor of Science from the University of South Pacific. So we have a presentation on the diversity of Fiji's flora and fauna, as well as the Pacific, and the role of traditional knowledge in conservation, protection and management of these resources. And I'll just say, before I hand over, we'll do a very quick Q&A and then afternoon tea before the breakout groups. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that introduction. You know, the advantage of being the last speaker is that it's most likely that the previous speakers have talked about what you are supposed to be talking about. So that has what you call sort of given me the idea of looking very carefully at what I was asked to talk on. And in fact, I've noticed that it's two things that I need to be speaking about. One, the diversity of Fiji's flora, fauna, and the Pacific. And the other one is the state of the traditional knowledge and its association with what we call genetic resources. So 3 minutes for the first subtopic, and then another 3 minutes for the second subtopic. Okay, diversity. Biological diversity for this part of for Fiji and the Pacific. Strictly speaking, I cannot just be talking about Fiji because we are not an island of our own, but we're very, very much connected to the other parts or the other countries in the Pacific. So when I read it, if I talk to be fair on when I talk about biodiversity, I really need to be talking about from an area that extends all the way from New Guinea, Australia, including Tasmania, New Zealand, and then all the way to Easter Island. That is the diversity of the what you call the Pacific Island countries, which includes Fiji. Biodiversity of this part of the world, to be quite honest with you, it's very, very unique. And secondly, it's what you call the importance is that it's endemicity. Just to refresh your mind on that, because if I talk about biodiversity in itself, I'll probably talk about the whole, I mean, maybe the whole day. Just to give you some examples, the marsupials of Papua New Guinea, not Papua New Guinea, of New Guinea, Australia, and Tasmania. The kiwi and more of New Zealand. These are very, very standout, what you call species that we have in this part of the, what you call the world. And if we are to look at the primitive flora, especially at the family level of globally, if you have to use Taktajan's what we call classification system, 1970 something, we will notice that most of these primitive families are found in the Pacific, especially in the island of New Caledonia and even Fiji. So out of the 8 or 9 primitive families they really talk about 80% of those families are found in this part of the globe. And if we had to look at our extinct species, one of the things that we will notice that the extinct species that we have, it's found nowhere else in the world. The megaboto of Fiji. Megaboto simply means a big, big, huge boto. Okay, that is the the genus for that particular species. It has disappeared. It's very big. And some of you may start to wonder, well, how did it disappear? Well, that's another question, another story to tell you. The megapods of Fiji, they disappeared. They were quite relatively large, but they've also disappeared. And a very small crocodile that is to be found here in Fiji. that has disappeared. These are just 3 examples of things that we have in this part of the world that is very, very unique. And in terms of endemicity, I'll talk to, and I'll be referring to Fiji as an example because that's something that I'm quite familiar with. You know, you're talking about 1,700 native species of plants. When we talk about 1,700 native, what we call a species of native plants, this includes the indigenous species and the endemic species. Just to give an idea, we have close to about 700 endemic plants that are only found here in Fiji and nowhere else in the world. That's just to give an example. And if we are to look at the Solomon Islands and even New Guinea and the northern part of Australia, the number that they have is still being added upon. So this gives you what you call an idea. In actual fact, what I'm simply trying to say here, that our diversity, what we call our biological diversity in Fiji rivals or even probably supersedes that of the Asian continent or the Asia continent, the New World, and even the Old World. So please, despite the fact that we are from small islands, you never underestimate the fact that your biodiversity is very, very important. And as a result, you are supposed to be there as to be the guardians or custodians of all those natural resources. Okay, that's done with that first part of the what we call the story that I think none of my friends or previous speakers did mention anything about. With regards to the second part of the state of traditional knowledge and it's associated with genetic resources, I'll simply just base this from my own experience, more than 25 plus years working with these issues. Just to go back, when I was thinking of doing my my master's, one of my mentors, what call earlier on, told me, "Hey, Mariko, why don't you do something on formalizing the traditional classification system?" I said, "What the heck are you talking about?" This is the late Professor Bill Elbersberg. Little did I know that that was one of the what they call the areas that it plays a very, very important role in my being able to complete my what call research program. And I was faced, okay, so he still told me, I went around, did some work, prepared my proposal, handed it to him. He looked at it and said, "All right, yeah, go ahead." So I did. And it was to do with the flora of one particular area in Fiji. In actual fact, it's right in the, it's Fiji's, you can almost call it hotspot for biodiversity. And that is around the highlands of Namosi. So in my smart area, I would call thought, okay, I know what I'm doing. I went up to this area, I was told to take some of the, what you call the local as guides, did that. We went up to this area, then they all looked at me and they said the next morning, "Okay, Marika, what are we going to be doing?" I said, "We have to look at this big green mess of organism that's the forest." And then I said, "What do you want to do?" "Oh, I want to name the, what do you call, what is there in there. I want to know what is there in this forest." And then they said, "All right, go ahead." I didn't make a step, I didn't take a step because I knew I did not know any single species that was there in the, what do you call it, that forest. So I looked around, there was no Art Whistler, there was no John Games. Randy was somewhere, I don't know where he was. It used to be busy, maybe lecturing. And here I was alone in this forest, hoping for somebody to teach me. But in actual fact, I was stuck. So what did I do? And I asked these guys here, "Do you know the name also of these some of these trees?" And they said, "Yeah, we have our own name." So they start giving me names in the vernacular, in their own dialect, in their Matangali, the Vanua, that's in Namosi, Nambukumbuki. So that's where my journey into what we call a taxonomy began. It was a very, very hard learning experience. But I was able to do some reverse engineering or whatever you want to call it. And then I was able to identify their accepted names, the Latin names that we currently have. So that's just to give you what we call an idea of the importance of maybe what we call it traditional knowledge. I would call that local knowledge of the various species that they have. Following that, we did a survey out around the what we call the Coral Coast with colleagues from WWF. It's the state of traditional knowledge for that particular group of people. And one of the things that we found from that what we call short survey was that a lot of the young what we call people at that time literally knew nothing about their what we call their plants. You get a what you call a leaf of the guava tree, you show it to them, you're showing them the leaf, they would not know what name to give to that particular species. That's how bad the state of the what you call traditional knowledge was at that time. But when you show that to some of the older people who were actually using those commodities, they were able to give you the name, but there was only a few. So one of the things that I noticed that yes, these are people who are very, very heavily involved in the tourism industry. They no longer use the the skills that probably their ancestors had given them for them to use this, and as a result, they become they sort of lost that the knowledge that is associated with their particular species. And some of the work that I've done in in Solomon Islands and even in Vanuatu, one of the things that I've noticed that if you are an indigenous person and you are in an area where you use your natural resources almost on a day-to-day basis, you are very, very knowledgeable. But in an area where the use of our natural resources has become secondary or even non-existent, being threatened by what I normally refer to as the noodle culture or the rice culture, that is very, very prevalent in our Melanesian countries. I'm sorry, you are on the other end of it. You initially, as I say, these are some of the traditions: no use, no name. That is what it boils down to. So I hope, ladies and gentlemen, with this, some of the things that I've just mentioned to you based on my experience with these things on traditional knowledge and the state of knowledge, yes, we really need to make sure that we keep it alive. And the only way that I can see it's in either we streamline that into the educational system, or even in some of our SDG goals that we have. We need to mainstream this into those development plans. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marika, for reminding us about the extensive diversity, including endemic diversity here in Fiji and the region, and very rich local knowledge as well. And thank you to all the speakers. As we are rather short on time, can we have 5 minutes of question and answer, and maybe just the clarifying shorter questions, because we'll go into the deeper discussion in the next session. We will have 10 minutes coffee break after this 5 minutes, and then we'll have our final session. We'll have to do quite quickly so we can get home for kava or dinner, or both. The magic word kava. Questions for the speakers, please. Randy has his hand up.
Randy, sorry, please use the microphone for Zoom.
Well, Katie, if you're still there, but no, I think we've said very, very little about taxonomy. And everyone thinks taxonomy is fancy, but it's really naming things. And I think Marika brought it up very carefully here is that if no name, no use. But I gave a paper in Paris for the year of biodiversity, and it was basically like name it or lose it. So you don't protect things you don't know, but it's not just modern taxonomy where you have Latin, it's the Fijians. They know the names of their fishes and things. But it's the young ones who don't know the names, they can't do that. So I think we really have to put language is so important. Language at the very simple level is taxonomy. So if you can't speak to someone, in fact, a lot of the things you hear about protecting ecosystems and everything like that at the upper level, a lot of the people don't even know the names of the things that they're protecting. So I just think Katie pointed out very much, she's looking at genetic naming, but she's got to put those to a name too. And if you've got the Fijian name or the Kiribati name or anything, then you can actually work with local communities. And that's part of our main emphasis here, is working with local communities and local knowledge, which is taxonomy. Amen.
Thank you, Randy. I think Miri has a question. The microphones are coming across.
Hi, I think it's a question for Professor Stephen Ratival. You spoke about, in order to take IK seriously, we need to mainstream it. Mainstreaming in Australia takes on a particular flavour. So I'm just wondering if you can explain what you mean by mainstreaming.
Oh, sorry, am I supposed to respond now?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Did you catch that?
Well, yeah, very, very good question. Yeah, of course. I mean, mainstreaming the term is a terrible term because it's used in different ways. It can be used as a assimilation, like in the case of Australia, even here, to be absorbed into the dominant narrative and then gets lost and becomes inferior to the dominant discourse or narrative or a knowledge system. And that's where it becomes very, very negative. On the other hand, it can be used mainstreaming simply, not so much in that sense, but to be accepted by the dominant mainstream institutions as significant as the other knowledge systems, to create a space for diversity, where an inclusion, where it is to be treated the same way as other knowledge systems, as having equal rights and equal value within the system. So it's mainstreaming in that sense, rather than mainstreaming in the sense of assimilation. So, and of course, I agree with Randy, totally, because the language is not just a label. It is power. It is to do with cultural control. It is to do with identity. So that's why it's important. Taxonomy is very, very important for the local communities to have that name, because its significance, it's the existence of those plants depends very much on how it lives within the language in many ways.
Thank you very much. You want to speak? Can we have a microphone out here? Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to add to that. Mainstreaming, when it deals with the taxonomy, what comes to mind is, are you people familiar with the CITES Convention? Okay, where they have a whole list of species that needs to be protected globally. Okay, one of the biggest problems that we have here in Fiji is that a lot of the people, the local knowledge, is that they have their own dialect names for those similar species. And one of the things that I've been doing for the last donkey years is to help my government colleagues in developing what I normally refer to as parataxonomy training, whereby we sort of mainstream those local names to a botanical name. The challenge is that, as I've said, New Guinea, I think it'll be worse. One village, one language, or whatever we were saying earlier on. In Fiji, we'll have maybe 4 or 5 names for a single species. So how do you mainstream those several names into one? This is where I've come up with this idea that, okay, you have your local names or whatever, but we also have, in this case, the Ministry of Forestry. So it'll be the forestry Fijian or local names for that particular species of name. So all of that 4 names will now merge into one, and that one is what we print in the some of the legislations like the EPS Act and so forth, whereby we have to be using just one name. But if they go back, they will be able to see that that is equal to 4 other names from those various community, which will eventually equate to that single species or one name, a Latin name that is there in your CITES listing and so forth. So that's one of the things that when we talk about mainstreaming, that is where I'm coming from. Thank you.
We have one more question here, and then we might have the break. Microphones. Who's got the mic? Yeah,
Vinaka, the last one here is for Professor Stephen Ratutau. I'm from Ra. I'm not here to ask you about marijuana planting. You mentioned something, Professor, which is very, very critical that I picked up. This is on the regional horizontal communication pathways, or maybe the mechanism between indigenous communities. I see this from my past experience. This is something really critical moving forward as far as this is concerned. Could you just kindly further elaborate on this? What's your thinking in terms of this, the coordination between academias and our crop agencies moving forward? Thank you.
Oh, thanks so much, Tao. Because we look at the way in which the global intellectual property regime has operated in the past, it's usually when the United Nations put together a convention on biodiversity, it was very much state-driven. There were representations from different civil society organizations as well. But the heart and soul of it was very much institutionalized within the global international institutions and other protocols, in fact, like the Nagoya Protocol and so forth. The participation of the community organizations were pretty minimal. So a lot of the communication in terms of how ideas are passed down very much vertical in nature. So the horizontal communication is how the community organized groups themselves can engage in direct synergy between themselves in terms of how village groups in Vanuatu and Fiji and Tonga and Samoa or wherever can share experiences. Now there have been those, I mentioned about the 1993 Matatua Declaration on Cultural and Intellectual Property Rights, as well as the 1995 Treaty for Life Form Patent Free Pacific. These were actually grassroots declarations. But the problem was how were these to be made to come alive and be part of the process of engagement between the various communities. They did not take off in a way that should have been. So perhaps it's something which the community groups themselves, perhaps with the help of SPREP and with the help of other regional organizations, can work on in terms of creating that space for greater engagement between communities within the Pacific. And of course, nowadays, you have digital communication and how you can actually create something quite empowering by having this digital, create, apps and so forth for sharing observations, to sharing critical aspects of, let's say, loss of biodiversity, or even exchange of names, which Randy was talking about, and a whole lot of things which can be looked at.
Thank you. And I think that's a good moment to cut to the coffee break, which I think we need. It's been a long day. So thank you very much to our speakers, Professor Stephen and Dr. Katie online. Thanks very much for hanging in there through the technology and joining us. And thank you very much to Dr. Ivana and Mr. Marika here for their presentations. Round of applause, everyone. Thank you. We do have a session which we'll try to do quickly after the coffee break. We have two groups. The first group will be moderated by Dr. Nainoka, and the second group will be moderated by me. The first topic is how can traditional knowledge be protected by countries? The topic I'll lead is establishing the link between TK and biodiversity conservation. So we'll split it again and we'll try to do it rather quickly. Sorry? We can. Our country, yes. I'll be country 2 over there. This can be country 1. 10 minutes, quick coffee break. We've got to be quick. Quick. Thank you very much.
If we could ask for a few more days to work on the bridge, especially the fisheries one. That would be, yeah. I'll apply for you. Yeah. Oh, good one. We don't know what. But he's better than to find out.
Together, we basically strengthen traditional knowledge or indigenous local knowledge if you marry it with scientific knowledge. If you go into a community and work with the best fishermen and you're a fisheries biologist, they're picking your mind as much as you're picking their mind. And I think, so that's really what, that goes back to the thing that we need to build synergies between indigenous local knowledge systems and modern scientific knowledge. And it is, like they used to say, it isn't good enough to recognize indigenous local knowledge. You have to use that as the foundation. That is the basis. And then we build synergies with the modern scientific knowledge.
10 minutes, 5 to 10. 2 minutes each.
Thank you.
Naka, as one of the younger participants, I've been requested to present to us today, together with 2 other colleagues. Our question is, how can traditional knowledge be protected by countries? I'll mostly speak from the Fiji case. One, the Itoki Affairs is currently conducting a cultural mapping program where we document tangible and intangible cultural heritage that is synonymous to the 14 provinces in Fiji. So this is include traditional food system, legends and stories that is aligned to the UNESCO 2003 Convention on Safeguarding of Traditional Knowledge. Also, another area that it is the Itoki Affairs has gone into is the awareness, cultural awareness in urban centers, sometimes in villages as well, on to youth groups, men's group on traditional knowledge. Another is cultural festivals in provincial, in the 14 provinces. Cultural festivals in the another way to protect traditional knowledge is collaboration with relevant agencies. We should no longer work in silos and work in collaboration with other relevant agencies. The Itoki Affairs is, must admit that it's not only can't achieve its mandate alone. It should it recognizes the fact that other agencies and other institutions that can help the Ituki Affairs to work together and protect traditional knowledge.
Kia ora. Just adding on, there was a conversation about the need for both the use of traditional knowledge and increasing the use, but that's often a little bit sits uneasily with also trying to protect it at the same time. And so in the protection and misappropriation side, which is another use, just not the great ones, how does that get mitigated? And so some of the sort of legal frameworks that are being put in place, we're starting to see them emerge, but mostly they probably need to be sui generis. So this means that they are being kind of, you can't just copy ones over from other places. You're having to put something in place. But alongside that, it's not just the sort of the legal area that can protect things. There's also where the information is being stored. And so the databases that are collecting information, you can make sure you collect the right sort of information so that when it's shared, there is information about the community, the provenance information. There might be information about the cultural protocols that they would associate with that material. There might be information about what sorts of things they've permissioned, because they'll probably be happy with sharing for outreach or sharing for education, just not when it moves into commercialization spaces. So needing to think about all of those different tools you can use for different contexts.
And last but not least, this is the UN Decade on Ocean Science. So I think one of our virtual participants had mentioned that an important way to protect traditional knowledge is to include traditional knowledge as part of the UN Decade for Ocean Science. Also, that there is, I know of a PhD student that is studying at Auckland University of Technology from the Cook Islands, who has got a scholarship to do his PhD on traditional knowledge, especially knowledge from his island in Cook Islands, where he came from, and its importance in the island community's management of its inshore fisheries. Thank you.
So our topic was establishing the link between UK and biodiversity conservation. We very quickly changed the focus. So we changed it from traditional knowledge to the preferred term indigenous and local. And we also changed the focus from establishing the link to strengthening the relationship between indigenous and local biodiversity conservation. But then we also added to that rediscovering and renovating the links between traditional education and so in terms of the renovating, taking on so we did a bit of reframing. Sorry,
can you use this mic?
Yes. Okay. Thank you. It sounded a bit echoey, that one. So there was also the point that the IPBES points out that Indigenous knowledge is the foundation, but in modern times it's not enough, and we should be building synergies between modern scientific knowledge and Indigenous and local knowledge. And Randy was talking about the need for a biodiversity and biogeography dictionary that sort of integrates the, was that the correct term? Close to.
Biodiversity dictionary at the national or other appropriate levels.
Yes.
And it should be a living, working project in collaboration between the Environment Department, here in TG, some of the USP, a number of units, and it's a living dictionary. So you just begin to put names fish and names of plants and everything like that. And people then have, students have access to it. So it can start today, maybe 2 pages after today.
Thank you.
And you do one this summer.
There was quite a bit of discussion about the way we silo knowledge, and I'll come to different aspects of that. So there was some discussion about the need for integration or taking note of or including traditional cultural expressions or cultural expressions and how those are really significant and connected to Indigenous and local knowledge relating to the biological resources. So they're interconnected. You can't kind of separate them out. Unfortunately, the multilateral agreements sort of separate them out and think about them in these different silos. So there's quite a bit of discussion about that and how that is problematic. And so there was a bit of discussion about the need for other terminologies and how recognizing ethno-biodiversity as a terminology is helpful in that context. There's a need for further gap analysis. In order to strengthen something, we need to sort of, do the gap analysis about the Indigenous and local knowledge in relation to biodiversity. But obviously local people know, that the example was that they know what they eat. They know that the food that they consume, they know all about it. But they know all the different specifics and in lots of local different contexts and local languages. So that we were emphasizing the need to recognize language having power in integrating the Indigenous knowledge and biodiversity contexts. They were talking about, our colleague was talking about understanding the ecotone between land and water and the intersection between ecosystems as part of this. There was quite a bit of discussion about trust and how trust is really important in whether Indigenous and local knowledge is going to be shared or not in these contexts. And obviously people coming in, doing projects, are trying to access knowledge for various purposes and reasons. But local people aren't going to tell you that story unless they have a good relationship with you and they have good trust with you. So we had a bit of discussion about that too. And then also about ownership and legitimacy. So the owners of oral tradition, they want to hold it as part of their identity. And this also relates to that question of trust. There was a point about why are we strengthening Indigenous and local knowledge and biodiversity and the connections? And it's important how we respond to this, and that determines how we think about the interlinkages. There was a bit of discussion about the silos and trust factor. So obviously some people will not share knowledge until they know the purpose of the activity and the project or the research. There is obviously a lot of interest in documenting Indigenous and local knowledge, but often local people use language and they use their own customs for keeping these things confidential, and that's an important part of the process. There was also a mention that it's important to recognize that the knowledge is important for livelihoods, and the people working with communities or engaging with communities need to recognize that it's critical to livelihoods as well, in thinking about the biodiversity conservation context too. Communities can understand the balance of trade and relating to conserving biodiversity, and this is been shared for generations from their ancestors, has those linkages to livelihoods as well. There were a couple of points about, one was about strengthening academia. Could there be better, north-south exchanges and research activities sort of at the master's level that look at the linkages between Indigenous and local knowledge and biodiversity conservation with the sort of awareness that we're talking about here in this room to do it properly. And then a couple of people did mention totems and totemic species and their importance, and how they sort of epitomize some of the interlinkages that we're talking about between culture, language, knowledge, and biodiversity. There's a couple more points. We need to improve the fragmentation of information collected by different agencies, and make sure that it's there's a lot of information online and in many different places, but it's hard to access it sometimes for people, and it's hard to bring it together. And obviously local people need to be listened to as the holders of the knowledge, but they also need to be able to access that information and knowledge that's being collected by the different agencies and researchers. There's also an important to decolonize Eurocentric framings and the siloed approach, and to focus on sustainable, sort of sustainable livelihoods approach in the way we think about Indigenous and local knowledge and biodiversity interactions. And then last, we sort of need to recognize what we're doing wrong as well in order to improve in this context as well. And so sometimes people go to the wrong location. They might go to the district or the council, provincial level, when they probably need to be going to specific families, traditional healers. There was a term you used, sorry. Vanua, yes, okay. And that was the last point. Thank you. Did I miss anything?
Pretty good. Thank you, Daniel. So that basically wraps up the program that we had for today. That was the last session. So once again, thank you, Dr. Ivana, Dr. Katie Suape, Professor Steven Rotuva, and Mr. Marika Tuiwawa for this session and the group work discussion sessions moderated by Dr. Winnie Ninoda and Dr. Daniel Robinson. Once again, thank you so much for that. What we will do is take 1 or 2 minutes just to update you on what we've done and what we are going to do tomorrow, so that you're aware and you come on time. Tomorrow, the program starts at 9 o'clock. And then we have a similar format for tomorrow as well. Tomorrow is again going to be a long day. There's some very interesting speakers tomorrow, including Professor Randy Tham, and your presentation too is tomorrow, and he's very passionate about his topic. He's mentioned to me, so we're all looking forward to your presentation as well. And then after tomorrow's formal part, we'll do a summary of the outcomes that we will have from the meeting. And then at around 6 p.m. we have the launching and the cocktail event. So the launching of the 2 technical reports. One is the capacity building and lessons learned from the Pacific on access and benefit sharing. And the other is the regional guidelines on effective implementation of the Nagoya Protocol. So those 2 reports will be launching later in the afternoon towards the evening. And then we have cocktails. So it's a 2-hour cocktail. Please stay back. Also, please wear your badge. As you would all know that we are having some high-level delegations on the next conference room, in the next conference room. So for safety and security of everyone, they've asked that we be with our conference badge. Apart from that, please, if you have registered virtually, and especially for those that have registered virtually, and if you'd like to be in person, send us an email so that we can amend your registration, as we can have some seats tomorrow to fill in up. Otherwise, we're pretty much on track for the first day. So thank you once again. Thank you so much. Please take a good rest, and please see you all tomorrow. Thank you.